Grand rising. Happy Saturday to you. Thank you for joining me today. Um, it's just been hard to get back here and miss a day, miss a whole lifetime. Ah, why do I have a Christy gnome as my thumbnail with a sombrero on? Because a Christy gnome who couldn't answer questions about her ICE agents actually had the audacity to celebrate her birthday at a Mexican restaurant where they stood around the table and sang happy birthday to her. I found that so bewildering. I just could not understand this nutty ass chick. So that's why I had to put it up for my thumbnail. I hope you guys had a fabulous week. Now, there there is a whole lot of stuff that is going on. I'm pretty sure you know. 45, 47 is furious with Indiana because they won't redraw their maps. It seems like our midterms election will definitely be stolen. 45, 47 is furious with Colorado because they won't allow that charlatan Tina P- Tina Peterson out of jail for actually being over the elections in is it Colorado in 2020, who actually hired a AT guy and never had him do any work, and then told him that she needed his badge and his access key, but she didn't need him to show up for work, and brought a stranger in and gave him access to the votes in Colorado, and that bitch got put in jail for something like 9 years and was begging and pleading, and the judge read that bitch down. But see, he couldn't pardon. He wants people like Peters to be pardoned. These are the type of people he wants a pardon. He wants a people like the former president of Venezuela, who approved Peter Thiel to create his secret a billionaire island by invite only. People can come in and buy condos and different little housing. See, he wants people like that pardoned. Why do you think he pardoned the former president of Venezuela, who brought more drugs into this country, 400 tons of cocaine into this country? See, your for-profit media ain't telling you that this is the guy who allowed Peter Thiel to get a tax break in the United States and pay no taxes to Honduras, and actually is sitting up there allowing people to get things implanted in their bodies without regulation, to get chips and all types of shit inserted in their body. You know, the same Peter Thiel who wants to blend human beings with machines. That is his utopia. So the woman who is a president of Venezuela, she was the one who wants Peter Thiel out of Honduras. They're not making anything on it. Sure, they promise jobs and all of this, and what can they say about, what can these billionaires say about the jobs that they brought to Venezuela? Well, they're not making a whole lot of money. They're not making as much as they would be making in America. So you're a billionaire. They got your billions by pimping America. However, you go to Honduras to create jobs. Why? Because you don't want to pay the same price of labor that you would for the Americans. So, is anybody paying attention to this? And present yourself as a job maker. But your Congress people and your senators tell you these companies are job makers, but they don't want to pay what they pay Americans. So they have figured out a way to not pay Americans at all. Use AI and take your jobs. Um, if you learned something new, hey, foot soldier, if you learned something new here, please hit the like button. If you learned something new here, help me reach my goals. My goals are always to give you some information and to back it up with my sites. I cite my sources to back it up with ways that you can get to the information at all. Okay, so let's continue. So, well, what does that have to do with him pardoning the former president of Venezuela? What it has to do with it is the woman who is in office who wanted to throw Peter Thiel out of Venezuela. Um, the gold thing works is um, you tap on the dollar sign under the chat box, and then you choose an amount that you would like to give as a goal, and you set just because it's like a super chat. It's like sending a super chat. But you go under there and you would press goals. Hey Liz, it is good to see you. Why did he So why did he pardon the president who brought all of these drugs into the country? Why did he do that? He did that because uh, he is supported by the person who is also running in Venezuela, but the person who was also a supporter of the convicted drug smuggler to the United States, he was running in third place. And therefore, your president told the Venezuelan people that if they vote for the woman who is throwing Peter Thiel out of Honduras, then the United States would not give Venezuela any money. And guess what happened to the woman who was in first place to get her seat again? She went from first in the race to third in the race. And what happened to the guy who supported the man who was convicted of bringing 400 tons of drugs to America? He went from third place to first place. And your president want to cry about election interference because they cut off a answer from Kamala Harris during the a interview. He wanted to sue the news agency for billions of dollars for cutting off a answer to fit into a hard break on their show, hard commercial break. But this is what he told Venezuela. The same man who has done these illegal strikes on these fishing boats because they had to just blow up these people who weren't even headed toward America. They were headed. Some of them were headed for other countries. So since he had no other choice but to blow up these boats that basically had lawnmowers on the back for motors, how is it? Do you ever wonder how is it that America didn't blow up a whole uh, uh, what was it? A whole gas tanker truck from Venezuela. No, they didn't have to blow that up. How is it that they were able to board this gas tanker and take over this gas tanker? Since they had to blow up these small boats, they couldn't figure out a way to stop these small boats, but they stopped a whole tanker. So you think this is about drugs? Does anybody think this is about drugs? At the same time, At the same time, you're the Department of Defense that has almost $1 trillion budget uh, under the hands of a alleged drunkard, an alleged somebody who is. Blackmailable. They didn't want someone in the Department of Defense as the Secretary of Defense who could possibly be blackmailable. You know, like your president. You know, like Netanyahu and Putin may have blackmailable shit on your president. That's why they get everything they want out of your president. They didn't want someone who was possibly blackmailable. Now, we heard that Adam Housley, the admiral over that whole region, he suddenly retired after 1 year in his term. Hey, Very Carey, thank you for being here. He suddenly retired after 1 year in his term. And now it has finally broke that Pete Hegseth told this black four-star admiral, you move when I tell you to move. You don't give me no lip. So, someone who ran a platoon was speaking to this black admiral that way because he gave him pushback about these strikes in the ocean. Now, understand this strike where they went back and struck it not 2 times. They struck that busted up boat 4 times. The first strike allegedly killed nine of the 11 people on there, and they went back 3 more times to kill these remaining survivors against maritime law and against your military law. And you saw what they did. They didn't tell you that. They tried to keep it secret at first, and then they tried to make it okay. Secondly, and then first it was the lying media, of course, again with Hegseth lying ass. So you found out all of this has happened. Are you gonna release this, right? Yeah, sure. I'm gonna release. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's up to Pete. The second lie. It's up to Pete. If Pete wants to release it, how is something you're over Pete? So how is it up to Pete to release the video of the strike? Hey, Be Easy. I concur. I concur. I concur. He's a DEI hire. Uh, a drunkard, egomatic idiot. DEI. That's exactly what hire Hegseth is. Now, so I'm trying to make this make sense. So now they're not releasing the footage. They have to study the footage, but they came out the very next day and released the live footage and was all proud about it. And I was there, and I know exactly who was on the boat, and I know this, and I know that, and we got them, and we got 11 people. Surely, you knew that they had to strike them 4 times to get 11 people. You know, those 2 survivors? Okay. I didn't want to get into that. So, the, your Department of Defense has announced. Now they have $1 trillion budget. That's where I was going. They have close to $1 trillion budget in the hands of this fucking lying idiot. And what did the Department of Defense decide to put $620 million into? I didn't even know that the Department of Defense gave loans, but it seems like your Department of Defense is in the business of giving loans. Did you know that? Grand Rising, Leonard. Did you guys know that the Department of Defense was in the business of giving loans? Well, if you didn't know, they give loans to new startup businesses, and they gave $620 million loan to a startup business. You know, a business that has not even proven itself that it can do the business that they are in. Who did they give this loan to? They gave it to Donald Trump Jr. startup company. How you feel about that? How do you feel about Donald Trump Jr. getting a $620 million loan from your Defense Department, your dollars? I'm just curious. Nothing. Okay. So they did that. They've done that. Now, Keg Breath also came out and announced that. Oh, I see a goal. Thank you, Liz. Keg Breath also came out and alerted you that the military is officially using uh, AI. Um, uh, where you going with this, Ronnie? I'm going somewhere with this. I promise you, I am going somewhere. So, if you did not know, let me let me let me show you Keg Breath's announcement. Here we go. Let's get into this. This is on the. No, I'm not going to get into that right now. We're going to go back to that. So, what I do want to share with you right now are. Let's start here. That's not where I want to start. Where do I? I want to start. You supposed to tell us where you're starting. I want to start right here. Is that it? No, I want to start right here. Why are you talking about Honduras and this and that and the other and Hexeth and uh, uh, millions of dollars going to 45, 47's family? This is why I am talking about this. The word that I have not heard on our for profit media. What word would that be? Colton, the blue gold fueling Colombia's armed force conflict. You know where else? Let me tell you what exactly is Colton. This Colton you speak of, Ronnie Q. What exactly is Colton? Well, let's find out. And what does Colombia have to do with this, Ronnie Q? It doesn't have anything to do with you, but I am telling you about Colton. Uh, Colombia is facing a growing concern over the illegal trafficking of coltan, a highly valuable mineral often referred to as blue gold or mud oil. This complex issue involves armed groups operating outside of the law and intricate smuggling networks that primarily funnel the material, often under the guise of legality, into international markets, particularly China and other parts of Asia. Well, why do we care, Ronnie Q? Okay. Coltan is prized for its high concentration of tantalum and a mineral critical to the electronics and aerospace industries. It's essential in the production of uh, capac- capacitors used in devices that demand high energy efficiency and thermal stability, stability, such as drones and satellites. Illegal coltan mining is increasingly occurring in the Ori- Ori- Oran Oranquai region of Colombia, a remote area whose difficult terrain has enabled criminal networks to establish and maintain control over mineral deposits. Smugglers and armed factions often use cover routes that passes through neighboring countries such as where Venezuela, Ecuador, and Brazil before the coltan reaches international markets. Illegal coltan trafficking is triggering devastating social and environmental consequences. Okay, I just wanted to tell you what coltan is. They use it in all of the EV cars, your computers. They also use it in iPhones and phones, all your cell phones. So, who is this coltan important to? It's important to tech millionaires, billionaires. What's it, millionaires? Who even talks in millions anymore, Ronnie? Everybody talks in billions. Okay, so that is what Colton is. That's what Colton is. So um, now let me share with you something else. We do know that suddenly there has been a peace brokered in the Congo. And the one thing that your greedy president showed himself salivating as he signed, why did we need his signature on anything about this alleged peace in the Congo? You needed his signature on this alleged peace in the Congo because the United States are getting coltan from where? The Congo. Why is it important for the United States to sign something about getting coltan from the Congo for billionaires, something that's not going to benefit you? And these people in the Congo are still fighting as if nothing ever happened? That's what this I got peace in the Congo. They killed 10 million people. They was gonna go on for years and nobody ever did anything about it. No, he went in and got an agreement to get the coltan from the Congo. That's all that shit was. So why did you start talking about Venezuela, Ronnie Q? Uh, let me share this with you. Let me share this with you. Why did you go a long way to talk about Venezuela? Let's hear it together. Let me get the volume on. Here we go.
Financial scandals in Pentagon history is brewing right now. Everybody thinks that Venezuela, they're saying it's about drugs. It's not about drugs. It's not. They're saying it's about oil. Oil. It's not. Tag Mr. Global in this. He'll back me up on this. We pull predominantly light crude out of the ground here in the U.S. Venezuela is full of heavy crude. We refine some heavy crude, but overwhelmingly our refineries are geared more towards light crude. We don't have much use or much benefit for Venezuela's oil, much less the cost it would cost in manpower and treasure to get it, and then have to rehabilitate their dilapidated oil industry, which is an absolute mess right now. China will benefit greatly from Venezuelan oil flowing, not us. It's not oil. It's coltan. They call it blue gold. Coltan ore. That's where we get tantalum from the rare earth mineral tantalum. Well, the Pentagon Office of Strategic and Capital Investment just sent a huge loan to a company called Vulcan. Vulcan is backed by 1789 Capital, at which Don Jr. is a partner.
1789 Capital. That is also the company that Don Jr. is over. 1789 Capital, that the Pentagon gave that $620 million loan for. A business that Don Jr. has no experience in getting it. Isn't it amazing how these people who are related to Trump, Jared Kushner got $2 billion from the Saudi for a sovereign wealth fund, a startup sovereign wealth fund. Let's continue.
Anybody remember the dust up about you know, Hunter Biden and him actually working as a consultant? Yeah, this is money being funneled out of the Pentagon by Pete Hegseth directly into the Trump family. And it has to do with rare earth minerals. Venezuela has massive deposits of coltan. You know who else does? Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Trump just brokered a deal between those two. Seems important. They have massive coltan deposits. This is about rare earth minerals, folks. This is what Canada was all about. Pardon me, Canada and Greenland were all about. Greenland has massive rare earth mineral deposits. The oligarchs in Europe, man, they've jumped on that. They've gone into high gear since Trump threatened to try to take Greenland. They've got infrastructure in place now. They're ripping those rare earth minerals out of Greenland as fast as they possibly can. And Trump's decided he ain't going to lose in Venezuela. This has nothing to do with drugs or patriotism or saving the American people or any of that. Hell, he's pardoning drug dealers. No, this is about money being funneled into the Trump family through the Pentagon. This is going to be one of the biggest scandals to ever hit the Pentagon, and it is brewing right now, folks.
I just wanted to give you that information. Of course, the link is in my description box. The link is in my description box under Colton. Not surprised. You shouldn't be surprised. None of this is about the people. Let's find out a little more about Colton. This is also in my description box under Colton. You know, that's
Below for more interesting history. Coltan mining, a crucial but controversial industry, lies at the heart of the global tech revolution. As demand for electronic devices continues to soar, the extraction of this mineral has become a hot topic of debate. Is coltan mining a sustainable and environmentally friendly practice, or is it simply a guise for the plunder and exploitation of the Congo? Let's delve deeper into this complex issue and uncover the truth behind coltan mining. The what and where of coltan mining. Dive into the heart of your favorite gadgets, and you'll find coltan, the unsung hero of the digital age. This tantalizing mineral, a blend of columbite and tantalite, is the secret sauce in the electronic devices we can't live without. From smartphones that keep us connected to the world, to laptops that store our digital lives, and tablets that bring entertainment to our fingertips. But where does this tech treasure originate? The answer lies in the Democratic Republic of Congo, a country rich in natural beauty and, you guessed it, coltan. However, coltan's journey from the depths of the Congolese soil to the heart of our electronics is anything but straightforward. This mineral story is tinged with controversy, casting a long shadow over its shiny facade. The Congo, blessed with the lion's share of the world's coltan reserves, finds itself at the epicenter of a mining quandary. While it promises wealth and prosperity on one hand, it brings along a baggage of ethical and environmental dilemmas on the other. The extraction of coltan in the Congo reads like a thriller, complete with villains and victims. Allegations of corruption swirl around the industry, like a dense fog, obscuring the lines between right and wrong. Human rights abuses and environmental degradation are the unsavory side dishes to the main course of mineral wealth. It's a complex narrative of exploitation and economics, where the demand for the latest tech gadgets fuels a cycle that's hard to break. Yet, in this intricate web of mining and morals, the Congo's coltan stands out not just for its pivotal role in the tech industry, but as a focal point for a global conversation on sustainability, ethics, and the future of technology. So as we swipe, type, and tap away on our devices, it's worth.
I hope my mic is on. Now, a lot of children are foregoing school to go dig in these mines. A lot of children have been killed in these mines as these mines collapse on them because you see the sophisticated equipment that these children and people have to dig for coltan. Their hands and shovels, and not to forget about the health hazards that coltan has to the body when you have absolutely no professional PPE equipment. So there is that as well. Now, why are they doing this? Some of them are doing this for $3 to $5 a day, still living in poverty, having to pay fees to be able to dig. So these billionaires are charging fees to the Africans to be able to dig. It's a whole lot of bureaucracy. The people who these individuals are selling it to are undercutting them, and then when they go to resell the cotton, they are being undercut. I saw one story of this guy was saying, well, and they said, we do not set the price in England. This is what they're paying. So they are undercutting everybody who has a role in digging it and bringing it to the people who are selling it to England. And these people are, I cannot believe they're so desperate that they will not bring up the price uh, to the colonizer. They will not charge the colonizer a a more expensive price because they who do they have watching over them as they are digging? They have soldiers watching over them as they dig for these colonizers who will only pay. This is slavery. This is slavery, modern day slavery for billionaires. You don't think they're gonna do it to you? What are you good for to a billionaire? You ain't gonna have no job to buy no products from them. Peter Thiel already lets you know that they are trying to create some utopia dream state where they can meld their bodies with computers and all that. What I really want to know is, are these people who are getting all our defense contracts and stuff? Are they doing a random drug testing? Because this sounds like some hippie ass, drugged out ass shit, and nobody is questioning the obvious that these people have to be getting high. But they are, because they have money, they are able to make all of this stuff up about some higher euphoria, melding your bodies with a computer, and democracy is not the way to do it, because you would have to convince too many people with through bureaucracy. So they have figured out a different way to do it, such as the case that is in front of your own Supreme Court right now about corporations being allowed to funnel money directly to candidates, which means they can choose a candidate, and any other candidate who is trying to go up against him, trying to primary them, they will have the unlimited money of a billionaire. And it appears, based upon the questioning that is being asked in the by this right leaning Supreme Court, that these corporations are about to be able to get that. Thank you, Liz. Stop oppression. Tedders love the colonizers. He's their god. Yes, they do. So I just wanted to talk about that today. I really wanted to talk about that. Um, I don't see this on for-profit media.
worth pondering the real cost of our digital dependence and the tale of a mineral that powers it all. A gold mine for the tech industry. Striking gold in the digital era doesn't require a pickaxe or a pan, but a keen eye for the unassuming yet mighty coltan. This mineral, more precious than its mundane appearance suggests, is the linchpin in the ever-expanding universe of tech gadgets. For the tech industry, coltan is akin to the mythical golden fleece, offering the power to miniaturize and revolutionize our electronic devices. The fervor for sleek smartphones, whisper-thin laptops, and tablets with endless battery life has turned coltan into the unsung hero of Silicon Valley and its global counterparts. However, calling coltan mining merely lucrative is like saying the internet was a neat little invention. It's an understatement of colossal proportions. The tech industry doesn't just benefit from coltan, it voraciously depends on it. The mineral's unique properties, vital for capacitors and electronic devices, make it a non-negotiable ingredient in the recipe for high-tech success. As the world's gadget appetite grows, so does the hunger for coltan, creating a modern-day gold rush with a digital twist. But here's where the plot thickens. The rush for this modern gold doesn't happen in picturesque streams, but in the heart of the Congo, where the stakes are high and the ethics murky. This gold mine for the tech industry is lined with questions of sustainability, ethics, and responsibility. Each smartphone in our pockets whispers tales of this distant land, reminding us that behind every circuit lies a story of extraction and often exploitation. The tech industry, standing at the crossroads of innovation and accountability, has the
But you notice these black people are out there in the mud, uh, digging up their land, making their land unlivable, causing mudslides. Don't forget the catastrophe to their land that they're making their land unusable after they go in and dig whole mountains. They're digging down whole mountains in their regular clothes. They don't even have running water in their villages. But when the tech person uh, gets this colton, what do you notice about the tech person?
exploitation. The tech industry, standing at the crossroads of innovation.
All of this modernization, all of these robots, all of this stuff, when it gets to the tech billionaires. And the tech billionaires, these were jobs that could be done by people, but they decided not to give even beings these jobs. They decided to create robots to do all of this tech work. And your stupid president is making sure that his family is in the business, and fuck all y'all. Fuck what happens to you. I get mine, you get yours. How you gonna get yours? How you gonna pull yourself up by the bootstraps now? They don't want to employ no one. And that's the crazy part. That's the crazy part. And at what point do they think Americans are just going to sit there and suffer and be their bitch? At what point? What? How does it? Like the Bible said, what does it proffer a man? What is it? What? How does that? God, I've been out of. How does it profit them? What does it profit a man to gain the world and lose his own soul? Where is the profit margin in making all of this computerized shit when you have a populace that have no jobs to buy it? I don't understand it. What the fuck are they doing? But they're doing it.
And accountability has the power to rewrite the narrative. As coltan continues to fuel our digital dreams, the challenge remains to ensure that this dream doesn't turn into a nightmare for those at the mine face. With great power comes great responsibility, and in the case of coltan mining, the tech industry's quest for gold must be tempered with a commitment to turning this precious resource into a force for good, not a symbol of plunder. The dark side of coltan mining in the Congo. If Hollywood ever decides to take a break from superheroes and focus on the real world, coltan mining in the Congo could very well provide the script for its next blockbuster. Picture this: a land rich in a mineral more powerful than vibranium, caught in a web of conflict, exploitation, and environmental nightmares. This isn't fiction, folks. It's the gritty reality of coltan mining, an industry that's as controversial as pineapple on pizza. Behind the sleek smartphones and cutting-edge laptops lies a tale not of innovation and progress, but of a struggle for power and control in the heart of Africa. Coltan mining in the Congo is dominated by armed groups who view the land and its people as pawns in a high-stakes game of chess. These factions employ methods that would make even the most hardened movie villain blush.
Children, all of this, all of this for Colton. And look at the children coming out of this mine. Going to already, if they don't die in the mines, they will die early deaths from having to be underground, breathing in all of the poisons from what they're digging for. Okay. This link is in my description box. It's just horrible. It is just horrible. So I also, YDQ, you started this out talking about Venezuela. Venezuela. What does this have to do with Venezuela? I told you, I let you know that there is coltan there in Venezuela as well. And it appears now, if you guys haven't heard that they're trying to cut up this world in regions of influence. Has anybody heard about these regions of influence where basically uh, the United States would have the region going all the way up to Denmark, all the way down through Venezuela, which means that the United States could go to any of these nations and do whatever they wanted to do in these nations. And they have a region cut up for China. And I think the European region is kind of unstable. I forget. I think it's four regions that, and Russia, of course, has its own region. China has its own region. America has a, a region. I think I'm not sure if Europe region is kind of cut up into pieces. You do know that 45, 47 said that basically there will be no more European Union to be had if they continue to let immigrants come into their countries. And he said it under the guise of immigration, that there will be no more European Union or European states. That's what your president just said, and he said it was because immigration. You are allowing too many black and brown people in your nations, and pretty soon you will not even exist. So there's that. Now, let's get into the Venezuela part that I wanted to bring you to, because the United States is definitely lying to you about this war in Venezuela. So what you talked about this tantium, and then you go to Africa.
Imagine a country sitting on a fortune so vast it could reshape global markets and lift its people from hardship. What if I told you this nation was Venezuela, and this immense wealth has almost nothing to do with the oil that has defined its modern history? It is a startling thought, one that challenges everything we think we know about this troubled South American nation. Beyond the headlines of political turmoil and economic collapse lies a geological and ecological reality that is almost entirely overlooked. This is not a story about black gold, but about the glittering, powerful, and essential resources that lie dormant beneath the soil, within the forests, and deep in the surrounding seas. The world has long associated Venezuela with its colossal oil reserves, the largest on the planet. This single resource has been both a blessing and a curse, fueling decades of prosperity before contributing to a spectacular downfall. Yet, this singular focus has created a massive blind spot. The very same geological forces that created the oil also bless the land with a breathtaking diversity of other minerals. The country's vast, underexplored territories hold the potential for a second, more diversified resource boom. We are talking about the building blocks of the 21st century economy: smartphones, electric cars, green energy, and advanced manufacturing. Let us begin with the minerals that power our modern digital lives: rare earth elements. These 17 metallic elements, neodymium, dysprosium, they are not necessarily rare in the Earth's crust, but rarely found in concentrations high enough to make mining economical. They are absolutely essential for high-strength magnets, wind turbines, electric vehicle motors, phones, laptops. Venezuela's Guiana Shield, a massive ancient geological formation in the south. Rocks there are prime candidates for hosting significant rare earth deposits. If confirmed, Venezuela could rival China. China currently dominates over 80% of the global supply. That would fundamentally alter the geopolitics of technology.
So, if they can rival China, if they can rival China, all of this race for AI by these American tech companies, they're not rivaling each other. They're trying to rival China. So therefore, if the United States go in there and get all of these rare earth minerals, how many times have you heard this president talk about rare earth minerals? He tried to get 50% of the rare earth minerals from Ukraine. That's the and since they told him that he will not be getting them, he has been done with them. They stopped talking to South Africa and tried to make you believe that there is some white genocide going on in South Africa and bringing actually white Africans. Afrikaners over to the United States under the guise about some fucking genocide, but they can't notice the genocide that Israel is doing in Palestine, and there is absolutely no genocide going on in South Africa. They can tell you all of this shit, but they can't notice the genocide that is really going on. So once they decided to put those tariffs on South Africa, the initial tariffs, the secretary in South Africa who is over giving out a mineral uh, g- allowing minerals to go out of South Africa said, fuck that. Well, you're not getting any more of our rare earth minerals. And that's when 4547 turned up the heat. Why do you think that 4547 didn't go to the G7 or send any representatives to the G7, which were held where? In South Africa? Because they was like, you're not going to get these rare earth minerals. So they are going all over the world being a bully and trying to get these rare earth minerals, and they are using our war fighters. They're using our soldiers and our treasury to do it to benefit billionaires and themselves. Let's hear a little bit more.
The primary reason this potential remains untapped: immense logistical challenges and political instability. Exploring for rare earths requires sophisticated geological mapping, costly laboratory analysis, and substantial long-term investment, all of which have been scarce. The most promising areas are remote and lack roads and power, a silent missed opportunity for Venezuela and strained global supply chains. Gold has a much longer and more tangible history in Venezuela. For centuries, its rivers and lands have been a
Okay, so this link is also in my description box. Please avail yourself to the information and do not be fooled by this administration. Um, this is exactly what is going on. This is why I don't support any AI. I don't use any AI. I don't use Chat GPT. I don't use Grok. It just amazes me that stupid people continue to participate in their own demise. It really amazes me. Let's so I wanted to give you guys that information. Let me see if I can find something real quick. Let me this was 1 month ago. Now, I'm pretty sure everyone crazy work. I'm pretty sure everyone in this world, in this country, have had some experience with a simple magnet. So if if everyone down to a toddler knows what a magnet is and does, why was your president saying this about magnets? Like it's the first time he has ever heard of a magnet. This was 1 month ago.
Building. I want to know. I know a lot about these ships. I know a lot about these things building. I want to know catapults, the electric or the steam. Okay, ready? Are you guys? That's what you do, right? This is so much better. You know, they go out, hire a consultant for millions of dollars that was never on an aircraft carrier before. So they switched to electric. I disagree with it, but it's all right. Let me ask you. We're going to go steam first and then electric. Catapults. Which is better? Electric or steam? I'm going to put it in order. Seriously. They're spending billions of dollars to build stupid electric. And the problem, when it breaks, you have to send up to MIT, get the most brilliant people in the world, fly them out. It's ridiculous. The steam, they said they can fix it with a hammer and a blowtorch. And it works just as well, if not better. And I love the sight of that beautiful steam pouring off that deck with the electric. You don't have that. So, you know, we did the Ford and electric, the cost overruns, everything else. But, you know, I hope it's going to be okay. But I like steam. We're going to go back to steam. They changed just for the sake of changing. I said to the architect, have you ever designed a ship before? You know, he only did the biggest ship in the world, right? The Ford. But we're going to go back. Okay, now let me ask you the second question. Hydraulic for your elevators or magnets? You know, the new thing is magnets. So instead of using hydraulic, you can be hit by lightning and it's fine. You take a little glass of water and you drop it on magnets. I don't know what's going to happen. So, you know, the elevators come up in the new carriers. I think I'm going to change it, by the way. They have magnets. Not every tractor has hydraulic. Every excavator, every excavating machine, any kind has hydraulic. But somebody decided to use magnets for your elevator. Maybe they're good. Which is better, hydraulic or magnets? What the hell is wrong with these people? Can I ask you, the top-ranking gentleman right here? Seriously, I'm putting out an order. I'm going to sign an executive order.
Okay, so now let's see what he. This was 1 month ago.
Let me give you another example. China. China was going to hit us with rare earth. Now, everybody says, so what does that mean? Magnets. If China refused to give magnets because they have a monopoly on magnets because they were allowed to happen over a 32-year period, there wouldn't be a car made in the entire world. There wouldn't be a radio. There wouldn't be a television. There wouldn't be internet. There wouldn't be anything because magnets are such a part. Now, nobody knows what magnets are, and not overly.
Nobody knows what magnets are. And he said his son showed him this magnet and he was amazed and gave his son business a $620 billion loan from the Pentagon of your tax dollars to go into this business.
Sophisticated, but to build a magnet system would take 2 years. So if I weren't able to say to China, look, if you're going to do that to us, we're going to charge you 158% tariff. It was 100% on top of 58%. And China called up immediately and said, we will make peace. And we made peace. We made a great deal. We made an unbelievable deal. China's paying tariffs to the United States, not the United States paying tariffs to China, which has always been the way it was. Nobody can believe these deals. Let me give you another example.
Okay, so What is all of this about? This is about the New World Order, in my opinion. Let me share this with you right quick about the sphere of influence. If you're not familiar with this, the New Order spheres of influence. This is also in my description box under New World Order.
And what balance looks like in this emerging order. Good morning, everybody. If we could get seated for our second session. Thank you for joining us. I'm Osmar Habib. I'm on the national board at WACA. It's good to see such a large audience. We are moving from our first session out of order to this session, which is called the New Order Spheres of Influence, ? This session connects directly to our conference theme, The World on Balance, as we explore how competing and overlapping spheres of influence are reshaping global power, institutions, and regional dynamics. The conversation we're about to hear will help us understand how states navigate an increasingly contested and complicated international landscape and what balance looks like in this emerging order. After we conclude the session, there will be some books to be sold and signed. I'll mention them in a minute. Hopefully I got that right. To you, please.
Thanks so much. I'm joined by some really smart folks who know their stuff. Amitav Acharya, he's Distinguished Professor at the School of International Service at American University. Suzanne Loftus, Associate Professor at the National War College. Next to me here, Michaela Papa. She's the Director of Research at MIT's Center for International Studies. Miles Yu is a Professor of East Asia and Military Naval History at the U.S. Naval Academy. It's good to have you all here. Thanks so much. And thanks so much to all of you for taking time out of your Thursday morning to join us. I want to start, if I can, on the question here, just to see if you all are convinced of the thesis that the world is gravitating towards a spheres of influence model. Earlier this week, I was speaking to Kevin Rudd, current Australian ambassador to the US, and he was giving me a skeptic's view of a spheres of influence model. I mean, he made, for instance, the point that how can the US, for instance, cede Asia as its spheres of influence, as its sphere of influence, when the US is, by definition, an Asian power. It has Hawaii in the center of the Pacific and other territories in the Western Pacific. It is an Asian power by definition. And he had some other arguments against. But why don't I begin, and I'll give you, Michaela, the opportunity to be the first.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here, and thanks for the host. It's an interesting question. I think I would gravitate toward saying, yes, I'm very skeptical, because the traditional spheres of influence model requires several things. First, it requires some idea of control, that a superpower or a power can control a certain sphere. And the idea that in today's world, you can control, for example, the United States, if it can control the Americas or the Western Hemisphere, that's very difficult to conceptualize, because that would mean that others actually accept control. And for example, even looking at South America, you look at Brazil's close relations with China, and the idea that potentially the United States would control Brazil is very far off. Then another element is making claims that there is some tacit agreement among powers. And for example, it would need to be like, if one power says, oh yes, this is my sphere, then the other power would need to respect that that's that power sphere. And that's in the current level of trust among major powers, it's very difficult to conceive of the level of trust that's required, that you're not going to interfere in other sphere. And then finally, there's the question of resources. Even if you pick and choose your sphere, the resources that you need are elsewhere. So, for example, we look at US-Taiwan relationship, or we look at rare earth minerals, and if they're not in your sphere, it's very difficult to carve out the world. And just the very idea of carving out the world means that you are imposing a certain structure, and that is very last century, because there have been movements about decolonization, self-empowerment. So just even the narrative of it is off.
Amitav, your thoughts?
My answer is that yes, but then no. Yes, because history, I've done a book, 5,000 Years of History. The history of the world is replete with examples of spheres of influence. Every civilization, from Sumerians to today, Americans, have spheres of influence. And you can see the British, the French, the Europeans, the Germans, every civilization has spheres of influence through history. So it's nothing new that some of them want to revive it. The question is if they want to, or they can if they want to. I think everybody wants to have a sphere of influence, but not all of them can have it. So let's figure three of the biggest powers today. Say China, Russia, and the United States. I'll go in that order. China historically has a tributary system. That's a sphere of influence for 2,000 years, from Han Dynasty to Qing Dynasty. And there's there are sections in Chinese elite community, they want to revive elements of the tributary system. The Russians have always been sphere of influence minded. And in fact, today, if you look at the history of today's world, Russians are the most sphere of influence minded. They have the Eurasia Union, and that's one region behind Ukraine, the invasion of Ukraine. So they have it. The United States, since at least 1823, Monroe Doctrine has had a sphere of influence mindset. It has never gone away. President Kennedy invoked it, the Cuban Missile Crisis. President Trump is actually doing it in a much more spectacular way, trying to reclaim the Panama Canal or giving hints about it. And so there's nothing surprising that they want to, and all of the powers, but whether they can is another thing, because we are living in a different world. My answer is that there will be some spheres of influence to some degree, but in a different form. It won't be as mutually exclusive that used to be in the 19th century Europe. What will happen is they will, they cannot completely close up. We have a global interdependence still, despite the trade wars, and they will have to use prestige, capability, technology to carve out certain areas. China in Southeast Asia, United States, maybe in Europe is a sphere of influence of the United States and the Americas, and Russia certainly in the near abroad.
Suzanne, if I could just modify the question slightly to you.
So he has included Europe in with the United States. I don't understand that, but that is the influence that they are saying that Europe has. Absolutely no influence. We heard that Denmark is now removing all of its rare earth minerals so the United States won't get a hold of it because Europe is supporting Ukraine because they see that 45-47 is willing to let Ukraine fall back into Russian hands. So they have finally picked up their feet and are doing something to be proactive in their own existence. But at that point, 45-47 tells them there is not going to be any more European nations because of what? Their immigration policies. So he is trying to fast track his racist immigration policies over on Europe. So he is acting as he already has dominance over Europe right now.
The U.S. has done pretty well in the post-World War II rules-based international order, however you want to shorthand it, in terms of pursuing its interests, in terms of, I mean, the argument to be made that it has helped prevent wars, right? Certainly not all of them, and it's been abused at times, but kept the balance, kept the peace in Europe. Also in terms of international trade, a lot of benefited from open shipping lanes and trade, et cetera. So the question is it in the U.S. interest to retreat to a spheres of influence model or to do its best to defend that order?
Yeah, that's a great question. So initially, when I saw the title of this panel, there was no question mark at the end of, spheres of influence. And I said, well, why are we so sure that this is how the world is today? It's definitely up for debate. And I would say that it's not in the interest of the United States, to answer your question, Jim, to let that arrangement occur internationally. And I think the United States is acting exactly in the way to prevent such a scenario. Otherwise, it wouldn't be, supporting Ukraine in its defense against Russia, who is, clearly trying to reestablish its sphere of influence, or it wouldn't be.
I disagree with her. I don't believe that the United States is supporting Ukraine as an ally. Let me see when did this come out. This must be real old. Oh, 1 day ago. Okay, my bad. 1 day ago.
Investing heavily into defense capabilities in the Indo-Pacific to ensure that China doesn't become the regional hegemon over there. So the United States is clearly, in my view, despite perhaps the rhetoric, the occasional rhetoric of the president that we, may not understand, that aligns exactly with the actions, but in terms of U.S. policy, the U.S. acts to prevent exactly this type of arrangement from happening in the world. And, in Europe, for example, it's important to define what a sphere of influence would entail. If the Russians got what they wanted, then they'd have a sphere of influence in Eastern Europe and, Central Asia, and just in their former Soviet states again. And we have to understand that some states in this area are very against that arrangement. So it goes back to what my colleagues were saying here is, will there be the possibility to have that sphere of influence? No, because that idea is rejected by powers near.
Ideas, rejected ideas, come back. If you don't know your history, you are doomed to repeat it. Rejecting ideas, all of these antiquated ideas, all of this overt racism. But I guess she doesn't understand that these overt ideas have always and they have resurfaced this racism. Wasn't that an overt idea? Wasn't slavery legal? While she sit up and talk about ideas and don't look around at what the facts on the ground are in all of these countries and regions, and all of this maneuvering, all of these wars about things that are keeping countries poor and other countries are rich. War is just a money making machine. If anybody don't know that, war is not about principled things. If war was about principled things, if it was about principles, they wouldn't have let uh, Netanyahu just destroy Palestine. None of this is about principles. It's about money. And Netanyahu told you that they are going to build a and I think this is one of these utopian cities that they plan to build in Palestine as well. I don't think that this new city in Palestine. I think this is it's going to be an enclave for the rich. Imagine that. Hey, Bush baby, it's good to see you. Yes, I will, and I will continue to use the race card because the race card is always applicable. So why wouldn't I love using it? Y'all always love to use racism. So there's that. Let's continue.
Here, the potential hegemon like Russia in Eastern Europe and then China in the Indo-Pacific is the same situation. Lots of different nations in that area do not want to be, under China's sphere of influence and are democracies. So it's in the interest of the United States to continue trading with their partners and especially the democratic liberal market economies in order to protect certain values and the way of life that we've tried to establish after World War II and preserve and spread even after the Cold War ended.
Yeah, I mean, I always say when folks will raise the point, well, Russia has a history in Eastern Europe or China has a history in Taiwan, I say, well, ask the Ukrainians, ask the Taiwanese what they want and which direction they want to go. I just returned from a reporting trip to Latvia, and I know the Latvians have no interest in being reabsorbed into the Russian Empire and are working every day to defend themselves against that. Miles, I'm going to slightly modify the question to you if I can.
It was funny. What is funny about what he just said? What is funny about what he just said? He acts as if the people, the voice of the people, matter to these oligarchs. He acts as if he doesn't understand. They don't give a fuck what the people want. Do y'all support Jews or Arab? Which ones are better? I support who support me. That's who I support. There is no greater person. That's white supremacy talk. I'm not a white supremacist. There is no superior person nowhere here on this earth. I respect those who respect me. Period. Let's continue.
And in Asia, is there a way not so much to carve up the globe in a spheres of influence model between the US and China, but to achieve a balance that then reduces the chance of superpower conflict in Asia?
Sphere of influence is such an odious concept of the colonial period. If you mention the sphere of influence to any Asian country, people think you're from 19th century or 18th century even. And also not only Asians, last time the one country that attempted to have a sphere of influence was Japan. Imperial Japan, they said we're going to have a greater coast prosperity sphere of Great Eastern Asia. And the United States, no, we cannot allow you to do that, and that's why we have Pearl Harbor. Today, China is doing the same thing. So you hear Xi Jinping say it all the time, you know what, the Pacific is so big that let's carve up US and China, we share, right? So that's basically sphere of influence. Sphere of influence is basically regional hegemon. And also is fundamentally un-American. This country was born with the strong opposition to any kind of sphere of influence. It dates back to George Washington. George Washington's first ambassador was James Monroe to France. He sent him to France. And during the time of French Revolution followed the American Revolution. And James Monroe said, hey, listen, this is a new country that has a universal implication. And what United States Revolution was all about, it was all about the universal values, universality of all kinds of human conditions. Washington said, no, we want to sort of take over the Western Hemisphere, so isolationism. So Monroe insisted on that, Washington fired him. So Monroe came back to Virginia. I wrote a 500-page brilliant defense of America as a universal power of universal appeal. So from that moment on, you can see James Monroe, McKinley, Ted Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, and FDR, and Kennedy, Reagan, even Trump. I mean, they're all universal. So United States is, you mentioned about China policy. United States had this one very fundamental foreign policy landmark decision in 1900 during the time of the Boxer Rebellion. and that is announced by Secretary of State John Hay. It's called an open door policy. Open door policy serves two purposes. One is to really oppose the Europeans' attempt to carve up China, to establish sphere of influence inside China. The United States was absolutely opposed to that. So we want to maintain China's territorial integrity. But the purpose of that is to have equal opportunity in commerce. We want to do business with everybody. So that's the idea. We not only want to make the world safe for democracy, but also for commerce, which brings us to all the way up to Trump. Trump, you know, everything he does wants to open up China market. Well, dream on. That's been going on for 120 some years. So it's a very, very influence. There are only two civilization states left in this world. That's Russia and China. They consider themselves not only a very powerful country, but also they consider themselves as the center of the civilization. In the Russian case, it's Slavic. In the Chinese case, it's Chinese, everybody. So that's why I think the United States right now, yes, are we going to revert to the battle, to the pattern of sphere of influence or not? I think this has been a continuing struggle for over 250 years. So that's basically is a task for us to prevent this sphere of influence. Otherwise, you would have something like the 1884, 1885 Berlin Conference, where we sit down and I want this part of Africa, I want that part of Africa. That's sphere of influence, which actually is pretty bad.
One thing.
Okay, so there is definitely a talk about this sphere of influence, and 45, 47, in my opinion, is speaking as if we are already living in this sphere of influence. Now, I told you about Kenya. I'm going to play a little short clip about coltan worth $7 trillion discovered in Kenya.
As adequate deposits of coltan. And for those of us who are not technical, coltan is a mineral which is responsible for your communication gadgets, the cameras you are using, the phones you are using, the laptops, and any other communication material. Coltan is a key mineral that facilitates those particular gadgets.
A shocking discovery beneath Kenya's soil has the world watching. A massive reserve of coltan, the mineral powering your phone, your laptop, and the entire digital age. Could this black gold launch Kenya into a new era of wealth and power? Or will it trigger a global scramble? Let's dive in. But what if this incredible discovery isn't a blessing, but a curse in disguise? What if the story of prosperity, repeated by...
Now there is the age-old question. Will this be a blessing or a curse for Kenya? You know, I am so tired of Africa having everything to sustain this world, and they are the ones who benefit from it the least. All of these races who want to exert superiority over black bodies. I am just I'm just really sick of this. I I'm ambivalent about the outcome of this. Any statements?
Politicians and hopeful headlines is just a cover for a new, smarter chapter of foreign exploitation. What if this mountain of black gold is destined to leave behind nothing but poisoned land, broken promises, and communities that are poorer than when they started? The story of resource wealth in Africa is too often written in blood, sweat, and tears. It's a story of plunder, not prosperity. And as the world's powers turn their hungry eyes toward Kenya's newfound treasure, the patterns of the past are emerging with chilling clarity. Today, we expose how foreign powers are already positioning themselves to loot Kenya's future. We'll unravel the blueprint for the theft, a plan perfected over decades in the ravaged hills of the Congo. And we'll ask the most important question of all. Can Kenya break the coltan curse before it consumes another African nation? The announcement, when it came in early 2024, was electrifying. After extensive surveys, Kenya's Minister for Mining, Salim Mvurya, confirmed the presence of coltan. Not just trace amounts, but deposits spread across 6 counties, including Embu, Samburu, and Turkana. Suddenly, Kenya was on the global mining map. But it's important to be clear. The government is still assessing if these deposits are actually economically viable. The full scope isn't known yet, but the potential has put everyone on notice. So, what is coltan anyway? Its full name is columbite tantalite, a dull, black metallic ore. But when you process it, you extract 2 critical elements, niobium and, most importantly, tantalum. Tantalum is a miracle metal. It's highly resistant to heat and corrosion, and it has a unique ability to store and release an electrical charge. This makes it essential for the tiny, high-performance capacitors that are the beating heart of modern electronics. The smartphone in your pocket. It works because of tantalum capacitors. The laptop on your desk, the data centers that run the internet, and the advanced electronics in cars, cameras, and gaming consoles all rely on this mineral. And as the world pivots towards green energy, the demand for the components that use it is set to explode. The sophisticated electronics that manage power in electric vehicles, for instance, are major consumers of coltan-derived parts. The economic promise for Kenya is, on paper, staggering. The mining sector currently contributes less than 1% to the nation's GDP, but with a major mineral find, some projections suggest that could surge to 10%. With the global price of coltan fluctuating wildly, sometimes around $48 per kilogram, but recently soaring as high as $70 depending on quality and conflict, the numbers can quickly become dizzying. The government has been quick to paint a utopian picture. Cabinet Secretary Salim Mvurya spoke of attracting investors, creating jobs, and invigorating the entire mining sector for the benefit of all Kenyans. For a nation grappling with economic challenges, it sounded like a winning lottery ticket, a promise of a new dawn. But for those who have watched this story unfold elsewhere, the familiar talk sounds less like a promise and more like a warning. It's the same rhetoric that has echoed across the continent for generations, often just before the shovels of foreign companies hit the ground, and the wealth begins to flow, not into communities, but out of the country forever.
Flow out of Africa. That's where the wealth always flows.
For many Kenyans, this wave of government optimism is met with a healthy and deeply ingrained skepticism. They've heard these grand promises before. They've seen the cycle of hype and disappointment play out in their own backyards. This isn't Kenya's first resource.
Okay, so that link is also in my description box. So there are some more things I wanted to talk about with you. Let's. I think I want to go here first. If you are unaware, the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act will cease December 31st, and it's estimated that around 25 million people are at risk of losing their health care because of the price rise. Now, they want to say everything about this is because of Obama, of course, but they have done absolutely nothing to these insurance companies who have been making money hand over fist by collecting premiums, not giving the health care that you're paying for, and increasing the premiums copay. They've done absolutely nothing. So let's get into this.
At the end of the year, and there really is no effort to stop. It's official. It looks like Affordable Care Act subsidies are going to expire at the end of the year, and there really is no effort to stop that. Why? Because the House Republican caucus released their plan overnight to fix healthcare. But the Republican Party plan to fix healthcare does not include an extension of Affordable Care Act subsidies. There is no appetite in the House Republican caucus to extend these subsidies that will ensure premiums stay low. The President of the United States is lashing out reporters for even asking. And Mike Johnson himself doesn't really have a grip over his own caucus this morning, as more and more Republican public defections are occurring. All the while, Donald Trump is facing mounting pressure right now as a majority of Americans, including a majority of Republicans, believe that he knew about Jeffrey Epstein's crimes before they were revealed to the public. Make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Support my work by subscribing to my Substack, clicking the link below.
Oh, I thought he was done. Shit. I apologize. The link is in my description box. Now, let me, since we started, let me, let's talk about Uncle Luke. Who here knows who Uncle Luke is? Does anybody know an Uncle Luke? Maybe you guys have an Uncle Luke. I'm pretty sure you guys know about Uncle Luke, right? You've got to know about Uncle Luke. From the Two Live crew. Y'all don't know about Uncle Luke? Is this Uncle Luke? That's not Uncle Luke. Let me find Uncle Luke. Oh, let me find Uncle Luke for you real quick. Y'all know about Uncle Luke? Let me find Uncle Luke for you guys to remind you who Uncle Luke is. Matthew said no. Okay, let me remind you who Uncle Luke is from the Two Live crew. That's Uncle Luke. Let me turn the volume off. This is Uncle Luke. If you are not familiar with Uncle Luke, that is Uncle Luke. Uncle Luke was a rapper, and I'm pretty sure most of us would be under the belief that, well, if Uncle Luke was a rapper, Uncle Luke Uncle Luke probably was into some strange things. I'm pretty sure you think that. I'm pretty sure I don't care about the Cowboys. Stay on topic, Matthew, or or not. Hit the like button before I throw you out for being off a topic. Hey, I'm pretty sure that because people uh, hear Uncle Luke and they hear his rap. I'm pretty sure that you know people who like to compartmentalize Black lives, they probably believe that Uncle Luke probably, if not sold drugs, surely he used drugs. Wouldn't you say, Leonard? Wouldn't you say that's the average way that people like to think about young black successful men in the rap game? I would say that. I would say that. Goodbye. I would definitely say that. Okay, so this may be a story about Uncle Luke that a lot of people may have missed. I wondered, did you guys miss this story? This came out 4 months ago, and it is talking about Uncle Luke and Mike Tyson and Eddie Murphy. They were invited to a 45, 47. They were invited to Mar-a-Lago, and it's a wonder they came out with their faces unimplanted with big chins and big lips and high cheekbones. It's a wonder that they didn't get the Mar-a-Lago of face uh, uh, plastic surgery. Now, you would be surprised to hear. I'll let Uncle Luke tell you the story of what happened when he went to Mar-a-Lago with Eddie Murphy and Mike Tyson. And you are going to be shocked. These are in his own words. This is a old interview that Luke did. And he talked about going to Mar-a-Lago when? In the 90s. After what? A Trump pageant, uh, after a Trump pageant. You know, the pageants that had young girls under the age of 18 in these pageants. Let's get into this Uncle Luke story. This is in my description box under Uncle Luke.
Emerged. One of Donald Trump's work, an old interview with someone who attended a Donald Trump party in the early 1990s has emerged. One of Donald Trump's celebrity friends at that time, his name is Luther Campbell. You may know him as the rap moniker Uncle Luke. He was part of the band Two Live Crew. And he did an interview with SiriusXM about 10 years ago on a show called Make It Plain with Mark Thompson. And during this interview, Luther Campbell, aka Uncle Luke, talks about how in the early 1990s, he was at Donald Trump's house in Palm Beach, and he left this party when he saw people there who he thought were underage girls. He described the scene as looking like it was from Eyes Wide Shut with Tom Cruise and Nicole Campbell. He said he saw drug use and he had to just get out. Let's take a look at this interview.
He means Nicole Kidman. And if you are familiar with the movie Eyes Wide Shut, Eyes Wide Shut is a movie that displayed a behavior like we've heard happens at the Diddy party. People just having sex in front of one another, orgies all in every room, all in the main room. People just a fuck party. A fuck party. That's what Eyes Wide Shut was. Where they were bringing their companions to. It was supposed to be so highbrow because these people had money going to fuck parties. So let's hear it from Luke himself.
Here's Uncle Luke in his own words on Make It Plain. Let's play the clip.
The man took us around the house. Okay, he said, "Look, I got all these women. I got these women from the pageant. They're gonna be there." So we went. It was like, "Hey, man, I got a pageant down here. I'm hosting these women at the house. Okay, up in Palm Beach. They sent some cars to pick us up. We get in the cars. We drive up there. Me, Mike, Eddie Murphy. We all in our own individual cars. Car service drove us up there. We got there. He showed us around the house. Told us about this mansion and the history behind it and all that. Just the golf course. It was dark. We couldn't see the golf course and things like that. And then before you know it, hey, man, y'all enjoy yourself. We got cocktails and everything. And before you know it, the rooms and everything start popping. There wasn't no DJ. It was more of
no
hey,
DJ.
Get in where you fit in. Whatever room you're going to go in, you go into that room.
So you say no DJ. There was no music? Or the music was piped in?
No, there wasn't no music.
A party with no DJ. How is there a party with no DJ? The DJ wasn't a favorite at the party, but Uncle Luke says there were plenty of other party favors at at this party. They this is where they have the picture of the this is why pictures came out about the party favors at one of Epstein's party, I believe, with the Trump condom and with the black rubber gloves that were obviously used for some type of inner stimulation on women because they had nodules on the fingertips of all fingertips of these nub gloves. They were party favors, Uncle Luke says.
No music.
That was
Whoa.
the interesting part about it. It wasn't no music.
So women just naked in rooms with no music.
Hey, people walking around. It wasn't. Listen, it wasn't nothing wrong with that. I was happy to be at that party, but then at the end of the day, when I started looking at some of these girls' faces, I was like, man, these girls don't look like they're old enough. I didn't ask nobody their age, and then all the other stuff going on. You know, it was like, okay, I can't be up here. I got to go. If I'm going to jail, then somebody's going to extort me. I really, you know, I don't do drugs. Never did it in my life. You know, I smoked marijuana 2 times, you know, when I was in high school, and I didn't like the experience. As far as drugs, I may have sold drugs. I never liked the people who I sold them to when I was young because I thought they were stupid for buying it. So I never cared to indulge in it. So when I do see people doing it, if I'm around it, I get away from it. Put it that way.
And here, Uncle Luke again talks about showing up. He was there with Mike Tyson. He was there with other celebrities. And he talks about how the girls there were so young. He didn't want to be around it. He thought that he could also be extorted if he was there. Listen to him in his own words again, talking about the event. Let's play it.
The thing, let me tell you, the thing is when you're around, I've been around a lot of models and a lot of these pageant women, because that's what mostly it was. It was mostly pageant women. And a lot of these women ain't of age. So when you got a whole bunch of these women running around, whether they of age or not, you know, there's a lot of things going on. You just, you know, some women look too young. So you keep it moving.
I see.
You know, so it wasn't nobody beating no women.
You see his mouth drop like, what? What? Now, this was not an Epstein party. This was a Trump party. Let's continue. But where is the for-profit media about this story? No wonder the Midas Touch Network is the #1 streaming news outlet. This link is also in my description box as well.
Nobody taking advantage of no women. I mean, women look too young. So you keep it moving.
I see.
You know, so it wasn't nobody beating no women, nobody taking advantage of no women. I mean, they were all enjoying themselves. That's what they were there for. But were they old enough to be enjoying themselves? I don't know.
Was there sex?
Of course there was.
I guess that's a stupid question now to ask. Okay, so I think I got you now. You're saying that all this was going on and you weren't clear as to whether these were adults.
I wasn't clear whether or not they were adults, and I wasn't clear whether or not, you know, whether I wanted to be in that kind of environment where some of these other things that was going on in there. I ain't gonna too much elaborate about everything else that was going on outside of the sexual act. But
well, my brother, we love for you too. We love for you too. That's why we on Serious XM. Because we can open it up. We on Serious XM. We can bust it wide open right here.
The drugs and the alcohol and the sex and all that.
We love for you too. That's why we on Serious XM.
You want to talk about the what and the sex and the alcohol? Let's hear that again.
Me too.
Because we can open it up. We on Serious XM. We can bust it wide open right here.
The drugs and the alcohol and the sex and all that. But I don't talk about the drugs and the alcohol and the sex.
The drugs,
Um,
alcohol, and sex.
but but now you did say that if you were on XM, you could talk about it. So that's why we're here, man. I mean, people, inquiring minds want to know.
I said I could use the profanity and all that there, and talk about naked people and all that. But then the drug part, I don't want to talk about that part of it.
Here's more from this interview between Mark Thompson and Uncle Luke, aka Luther Campbell, aka Uncle Luke from 2 Live Crew, talking about this event. Luke describes it again as all of these rooms he saw young girls having sex with men, and he said it was like right out of that movie Eyes Wide Shut. And have you seen that scene from Eyes Wide Shut, that orgy kind of cult scene? That's what he's referring to. Here, play this clip.
Tell us about the sex.
Yeah, it was a lot of sex going on.
Mm-hmm. Just wide out in the open.
You know what I'm saying? Like you was just imagine the Eyes Wide Shut movie. That's what I felt like I was in. But it had some other elements and some other things in there. Then that's when I got to go.
Okay. And so it was just wide out open sex is what was happening. Was it of the orgy variety?
Well, they were in different rooms.
Mm-hmm.
The man got so many rooms in that house. I ain't never seen that many rooms in a house in my life. But it was more by everybody in all these different rooms. And when you open up a door, it was something going on different in a different room. So you got in where you fit in at. If you feel like you want to go in that room, you go in that room right there. With some things going on, some interesting things going in that room. It was just like a regular.
Well, you say you keep what? Give me an example of an interesting thing that was going on, if you don't mind.
Outside of the sex,
Okay, someone in the chat said, why won't the Democrats just release the files? Now, the Democrats have called for an audit of those Epstein files because they want to make sure that nothing has been removed from these files, not just expunged or redacted. They want to make sure there has been no removal from all of these Epstein files that Pam Bimbo was supposed to have a month of Fridays ago have submitted to the committee, and they still haven't gotten the files. So I want a judge to have the Epstein files audited. That is the latest thing that I've heard about these. We're going to release the files bullshit.
You got to use your imagination if it's sex.
Give me an example of an interesting thing that was going on, if you don't mind.
Outside of the sex, you got to use your imagination. If it's sex, then it's some other things going on that you don't want to be involved in.
I don't know if my imagination goes that far. I don't. So if it wasn't sex,
oh no, you a big boy.
No, really, bro.
You in the radio business.
Wait a minute. So wait a minute. Something was going on outside of sex and drugs that was interesting. Well, I'm trying to figure out.
Outside of sex.
Outside of sex.
Outside of sex. And then you add whatever else you want to use your imagination. What happens what happens after that? But there was a lot of things going on in
there. Quick question. Herbert, are you as dense as that dense name that you have, Herbert? How would the Dems remove anything from the files when they don't have access to the files? Pam Bimbo is the one who has access to the files, and Cockeyed Patel. So at what juncture would the Democrats, if they wanted to remove anything from the file, when would they have the ability to remove anything from the files? We have heard many of the main Democrats who have talked about the files say, we don't care who's in the files. We just want the files. We want to know all of the names. And the only thing that we've heard from Cockeyed Patel and Pam Bimbo and 4547 is that we want to go through and make sure we redact everything to protect the witnesses. When have you heard the Democrats say that they wanted to go through everything before they put it out? It is obvious that the witness, the women's names will be the victims. They are going to be redacted. That goes without saying. So if that goes without saying, why is Pam Bimbo saying that so much? Why is Cockeye Patel saying that so much when Pam Bimbo said that she released the Epstein files to these stupid MAGA influencers, and they showed up at the White House and took photo shots with the alleged Epstein files that Pam Bimbo released to her? Wouldn't she have had to go over the Epstein files before lying that she had released the Epstein files to influencers? Not news reporters, to these influencers. Speak about when Obama and Biden. I'm going to speak about what I'm speaking about. We're not speaking about Obama and Biden. What about the cash of piles that President George W. The pallets of cash that George W. Bush sent over there as well? So are we acting like Obama and Biden reinvented the wheel? Are you not aware of how many pallets of cash that was sent over to Afghanistan and Iraq? Are you dumb, or are you just stupid? You speak about that. Before you speak about what Obama and Biden did, speak about what George W. Bush did. Since you want to go all the way off topic, I'm going to put you on topic, and let's speak about the 7 pallets of cash that went missing under George W. Bush's administration. LD7 pallets, not LD5, LD7 pallets, huge pallets. That goes from one end of a DC-10 aircraft to the another end. 5 feet by 7 feet, a stack 9 feet high. You want to talk about cash? Let's talk about cash, bitch. Give a fuck about talking about cash. You want to talk about everything, but what Uncle Luke is putting down. You want to talk about pallets of cash, motherfucker? Oh, you fucking. You must do not know who you talking to, if you want to talk about pallets of cash.
You don't. Them guys in there, it was going down.
So was Donald Trump having?
It was one of them parties you would have enjoyed yourself being in.
Well, I don't know, brother. See, I probably would have been like you. I would have rolled out, but I don't.
I love starting my morning with Mud Water. It's delicious and clears up my brain fog incredibly quickly. Mud Water's OG blend is a mix of cocoa, chow, turmeric.
If I need help, you would not be the one I would get it from. You're delusional. But let's stay on topic. We are talking about this Trump party that Uncle Luke went to. Let's talk about the topic. Let's talk about the actual topic. I know you're upset to find out that this has been put out long ago from someone who was there. Let's continue.
Now, Luke describes how this party at Trump's place took place after one of Donald Trump's pageants from the 1990s. So Donald Trump called up Luke, Tyson, Eddie Murphy, and said, "Hey, everybody, come on. I'm throwing this party after the pageant." They show up, and he's like, I got to get out of here. These girls are too young, and there's drugs going on. Here, play this clip.
Shoot, they had to be around 90-something.
In the 90s.
When he first opened up the mansion in West Palm Beach.
So, Uncle Luke, tell us what happened. You went with Eddie Murphy and Mike Tyson. The three of you were together?
Yes.
Uh-huh. And Donald Trump invited you all personally.
Yeah, he invited all us. He was having his pageant contest going on, and with his pageant contest, he ended up inviting us to the event.
Tell us what happened, Uncle Luke. What happened at that party that made you have to leave?
Yes, please release the January 6 files. Let's release that January 6 exoneration of all of the people who may have been involved with the January 6 case. Let's release the very first pardon that 4547 gave to all of the people who may be charged with January 6th. Let's release the fact that the black man that they allegedly caught 5 years later, who they say they're going to persecute to the fullest extent. Let's release the facts that 4547, in his pardon of the January 6th all people who may have been involved with January 6th are pardoned. That means the pipe bomber has already been pardoned by this feckless government. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Oh, you didn't know that because you're stupid. Let's since you want to talk about January 6th, chew on that. A black man is being pardoned for his participation. Yes, and your 4547 that you love so much has already pardoned him for any behaviors surrounding January 6th. That would include the black pipe bomber that Pam Bimbo wants to come out and have us to believe that they didn't get any tips about this black man 5 years later that they have arrested for these pipe bombs. Pardon, bitch. Let's continue. Let's continue talking about these underage girls who allegedly were at this party in the 90s that showed up at a pageant.
Well, I mean, it was just a lot of things going on, inviting us to the event.
Tell us what happened, Uncle Luke. What happened at that party that made you have to leave?
Well, I mean, it was just a lot of things going on. You know, a lot of things that I don't care to engage in. And you know, he showed us the house, showed us the golf course in the back, all these different things. You know, said, man, great house, nice house. And I think I probably was there for every bit of maybe 45 minutes before I realized all these different things that was going on. And I was like, okay, it's time for me to go here.
Now you understand, you are Uncle Luke, you 2 Live crew. So, I mean, we're dying to
because I'm talking about what I want to talk about. If you want to talk about the murder rate in my community, what is the murder rate in my community? What is the murder rate in my community? Tell me the murder rate in my community. And tell me the murder rate in your community. Tell me that your community killed way more people than that are killed in my community. Per person. Per person. Let's talk about how. Let's talk about the molestation that goes on in your community. Let's talk about those rates of a child molestation that goes on in your community. Since you want to talk about rates and things, let's talk about all the husbands that knock off their wives in your community. That right there beats out the murder rate on crimes of proximity in the black community. You want to talk about that? Let's talk about that. Since you want to talk about that, let's talk about the rates of of incest in your community. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. I'm speaking on, no, I'm not speaking on anything but what I'm speaking on. You see how they have so many things that they want to speak on, and they want to ignore what is being presented in their face. So why do you want to ignore what is being presented in your face, since you love 45, 47 so much? Since you love 45, 47 so much. Oh, so we want to talk about Black Lives Matter fraud, but you don't want to talk about the fraud that this administration is stealing from the Treasury every day. Let's talk about the fraud that the Pentagon gave Don Jr. a $600 million loan for a startup company. What do you have to say about that fraud? You want to talk about fraud? Because if we're going to talk about fraud, there's plenty of fraud to talk about. Okay. And you're here why? Oh, you're not here. Okay. You're here. Oh, oh, phony Q. Okay. What is that stupid? Bama girl. Drinks Ciroc. In a bitch who's mad because she lost her mod stick. Okay. Bye, bitch. Okay. Let's continue. Hold on one second. Let's continue. Everybody have, yeah. If you have all of these ideas, you also have a YouTube channel. You also have a YouTube channel. If those are things that you want to talk about, go start up you a live and talk about it. But I see you have nothing to say about this. I love the poorly educated. I love my poorly educated voters. I love the uneducated voters, but they have no comments about what is being presented here. You're right. Let's save Portland. It's on fire. They must have put a lot of chili peppers on the broccoli that they're eating in Portland because Portland is on fire. Portland. What happened to the fires in Portland? You are exactly right. Let's continue. Since we have them big mad, let's continue with the story.
Know what was going on that you couldn't.
Okay, it's time for me to go here.
Now you understand. You are Uncle Luke. You two live crew. So, I mean, we're dying to know what was going on.
Now, this is Two Live Crew, of all people, who was shocked and appalled what this white builder was in there having a display at a party with underage minors. Shocked and appalled. And this motherfucker thought that it was so commonplace. His depravity was so commonplace that surely it wouldn't shock Eddie Murphy, rapper, and Mike Tyson. And he was appalled at the derangement of the white brain, that white brain, that he thought that it was okay to invite him to a place where this type of sick ass shit was going on. At least I didn't hear Diddy, even Diddy wasn't charged with having underage people at his party. Uh, Diddy. So he may as well go on and pardon Diddy because they are two, well, maybe not two birds of a feather. At least Diddy had more class than Didondo. 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 Didondo.
On that you couldn't engage in.
Man, look here, it was, you know, it was just some things that that I don't really care to discuss. Because, I mean, you know, one thing about me, I don't kiss and tell. But at the same time, the party was going on. And, you know, it was a lot of things. Put it this way, there were a lot of things going on. A lot of things.
More from Luke Campbell right here, Luther Campbell. Let's play it.
A lot of things in a lot of different rooms. There was a lot of different rooms going on in the house. And every time you open up a door, there was something else going on that I really didn't care to be a part of. So I felt like, you know, hey, look here, man. You know, I'm from Liberty City. At the end of the day, if I wanted to be involved in all those different type of activities, I did that in my hometown. Less long as going somebody's house where I think they got cameras and everything, be able to take me, and before you know it, you're extorting me. That ain't gonna happen. But you know, one thing about me, I ain't never take no drugs, and I don't get into drugs. So I leave it like that.
Were there drugs there, Uncle Luke?
It was a lot of things up in there. I know I don't take no drugs. I'm gonna leave it like that.
Here are some photos of Uncle Luke, Luther Campbell, back when he was in 2 Live Crew. Here's a photo of him today. And in the early 1990s, Donald Trump was throwing these beauty pageants for young girls as young as 13 years old, 14 years old. We've done an expose over the weekend I encourage you to use. I called it, hidden footage from 1991 unearthed by Midas Touch, showing some of these pageants. You could see these girls, just how young they are here. Show this photo. Here's another photo of it right here. And here's one of the videos that we unearthed at the Midas Touch Network of Donald Trump judging a pageant. And then in 1991, he would bring the pageant girls back to his place and throw these parties. But here's some of the footage we unearthed from 1991. Let's play it.
The 58 contestants participated in an exhaustive round of personal interviews designed to help our judges discover what makes each one special.
Your 5-9 reading? Serious, huh? We may measure it again tonight before the Okay. Thank you very much, Amy.
The concentration was intense inside the judging room.
What if they don't like you as you are?
And out.
I'm just so excited.
Each girl was considered not only for her beauty and poise, but also for her personality and that indefinable
something extra that makes a top model.
Okay, you want to pull your hair back 1 second? Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Ingrid. Good luck for tonight.
Thank you.
When it came time to choose the 21 finalists, emotions ran high as each judge expressed his or her opinion.
Here, Trump is seen speaking here in footage from this 1991 video. Let's play it.
The Look of the Year contest is the ultimate contest for women that want to go all the way in the modeling business.
Featuring 58 of the world's most beautiful young women competing for more than $700,000 in prizes.
Wow.
The chance of a dream come true. A career as one of modeling's superstars. We'll take you behind the scenes and onto the runway. You'll see the fun, feel the excitement. You'll pick your favorite, along with our panel of expert and celebrity judges, to enjoy front row VIP seating at our gala evening. One of these contestants will be selected as the Girl Look of the Year.
And here is Michael Wolff, one of Donald Trump's biographers. Wolff was also considering becoming Epstein's biographer. So Wolff has more knowledge about Epstein and Trump than really just about anyone by nature of him being their biographers. And he was going to be Epstein. He spent hours, almost like hundreds of hours almost, with Epstein. And here's what Wolff said over the weekend about that connection between Trump and Epstein. Let's play it.
I want to clarify something. A lot of people have taken exception in the linkage of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, saying you don't mean that Donald Trump liked little girls. Let me just refocus this back to the time that we're talking about. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were obsessed with models. This was one of the key focuses of their lives, as important as money. models. How many models have you had? How many models do you know? How do you get models? And they went through an elaborate process. They invested in model agencies. They started
Now, a lot of people have focused just on the relationship between Trump and Epstein, and we've done, I think, a deeper dive into that connection than really just about any news entity out there. And we've been doing it since we started the Midas Touch Network more than 5 years ago. But we've also done exposés here at the Midas Touch Network on Donald Trump's relationship to that guy named John Casablancas. Casablancas was the founder of what's called Elite Model Management, an elite model agency. Lots of underage girls who were part of that model agency. Lots of sexual abuse of underage girls taking place there by Casablancas.
And what do they say? Birds of a feather do what? Flock together. Epstein, Casablanca, and 4547, and their scuzzy little model agencies. Didn't Melania Trump threaten to uh, Richard Wolff? Didn't she threaten to sue him for billions of dollars because he said that 4547 met Melania through Epstein? Isn't Melania Trump the one who curiously enough received a Einstein visa to stay in the United States? You mean to tell me Christine Nome isn't on top of that? And as they ignore Elon Musk overstaying his visa. Oh, okay. I'm going off track. Aren't these illegal visas being investigated? No. And why has not Melania Trump followed through on her threat to sue Richard Wolff? Because he was like, bitch, no. Bitch, fuck you, and fuck what you talking about. He gave her the Hunter Biden treatment when she threatened to sue Hunter Biden. God forbid that people tell their truth about Melania. And there's not $1 million. I think she was going to sue him for $100 million because he said that Epstein knew Melania first. What do they say? Water seeks its own level. That's what they say. Let's continue.
This is a well-known thing. Casablancas left his wife to sexually abuse a 15-year-old girl who he made his girlfriend, sexually assaulting consistently this 15-year-old, and then left his other wife for a 17-year-old girl. You know that photo of Donald Trump with his kids, and he's standing next to Epstein and another guy? That other guy is Casablancas. And I think it's important that we know that Casablancas would do these pageants and also party and hang out with Donald Trump. So we'll keep covering it here on the Midas Touch Network. Hit subscribe. Help us get to 6 million subscribers.
New Midas merch drop. Check out the latest pro.
And of course, that link is in my description box. Now, let me see who are mad. Who are you people? I don't know anybody who categorized themselves under the you people. So I won't even bother to read that whole paragraph. You people. I'm pathetic, and you're here for every moment of it. Since you're here, and since you can't pull yourself away, please be sure to hit the like button and help me reach my goal. My goal is to tell you something that you don't know. So help me reach my goal. That testimony would be great. Yes, it would be. Yes, it would be. And he said, come on and sue me, please. Please come on and sue me. Because if you come and sue me, I would have the opportunity to depose you. And then you heard what from Melania? Not a goddamn thing. Not one thing have you heard from Melania about suing this Richard Wolff. Nothing. Hmm. Nothing have you heard about Melania suing Hunter Biden. Nothing. The threat, and how is the lawsuit going against Fox News and Rupert Murdoch about that birthday card that didn't exist, that he never signed? Remember, he told Rupert Murdoch, if you don't retract that, I am going to sue you. How's that lawsuit going? Because he absolutely did not retract it. He printed it. He put it out. No, he didn't print it. I I take that back. Rupert Murdoch broke the story. And 4547 said if he didn't retract that story about the birthday card, that he would sue him for how many billions of dollars? I think tens of billions of dollars. And then what did the Epstein estate do? They dropped that birthday book and the card. And have you heard anything more about this lawsuit that he had the New York Post and Rupert Murdoch named in? But he's your favorite president. You're my favorite president. Happy birthday to you. You can you can sing happy birthday to him as you are able to go into a national park that is free on his birthday. You know, the things that dictators do, uh, erase all history, people who actually fought for this country, something that he would not do for this country, in the trying to erase history of black people in this country that can never be erased, because black people built the economy for this country and physically built this country. You know, something that insecure people try to do, something that insecure people try to erase, but will never be erased. Now, speaking of erasure, and some people wanted to talk about Black Lives Matter. Let's get into that, since you guys so badly want to talk about Black Lives Matter. Let me find what I did you guys hear? Now, of course, let me see. Let me hold up. So, we just had a little expose from Uncle Luke. See Uncle Luke do his thing. This is who was so uh, disgusted by the president of the future president of the United States and his party. This is who was disgusted. You know, if you can discuss Uncle Luke, you have done a lot. You know, Uncle Luke, who records they banned. Now they weren't trying to ban. His records got banned. His shows had the police showing up to his shows. Did you know that about Uncle Luke? That's a ode to Uncle Luke.
Come out here and do your thing. They don't ask you no questions. Welcome to the Funk Side. Everybody know put your hands together, y'all. Say all kind of music if y'all don't keep your hands down. All right, now we know what kind of audience we got. Yo, cuz, yo. Tell some of these narrow-minded people what's up, yo.
There's only one place where we can go, where the price is right to see a show. It's always popular with the girls and the guys, cause for all my money, it's the best. Buy $10, 2 hours is the time of the stay. It's more than enough time to play. Each room has a bed and also sponsor a thing so you can wash your body so it won't stink. But be careful of the thing that you use so you won't get arrested for sex abuse. So as you hit the door and the panties drop, whole lot of rocking and rolling at the bump shop.
Now, how many of y'all ever been to a hotel and y'all had sex in a hotel? Put your hands up. Now, I know a whole lot of y'all out there lying.
Please come inside, make yourself at home. I want to cause my on boom. You sexy girl, behind closed doors, you would drink my and nothing more. Now spread your wings open.
Thank you, Uncle Luke. Thank you, Uncle Luke. If you have discussed it, Uncle Luke, you have done way, 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 way too much. How come it's only Trump and Epstein? There's no one else like Clinton, Obama, and all of them. Obama was not even in politics at that time. That's why there's no Obama. So keep Obama out of your filthy mouth. Obama wasn't even in politics, and had no access to these pervs who were in politics. And how come Clinton isn't in? Did you not see the pictures that were released that actually showed Clinton? Did you not hear Clinton said, "I don't care, release whatever you want"? Hmm? Uncle Luke was uh, Max, if you didn't hear the story that I just played about, what was that talk show? It was kind of Jerry Springer ish. Morton Downey Jr. Let me see if I can pull up his Morton Downey Jr. performance. That's the one that I loved. Let me see if I can find that. Hold on. That's the one that I really like. It was a mess. The people were about to. Uh, let me see. Let me see if I can find that. Oh, oh, oh. Uh, oh man, I played that one time. Oh, that was a classic. I can't find it. Oh God. Mm. The people in the audience were about to faint. It was so good. It was so good. Maybe it's this one. No, no, no. I apologize. I'm trying to find it real quick. Oh, I can't find it. If somebody can find that, uh, you would really enjoy that. It's not. Let me see. Let me search the regular internets. Let me see if I can find it. Uh, it's a must watch. Let me see. Hold on. It is worth the wait. It is definitely worth the wait. Nope, I can't find it. They probably took it off. I hate that they. Mm, nope, I cannot find it. Mm. Oh well, I tried. One more try. Mm. Nope, can't find it. They performed face down, ass up on Morton's show, and you had all of these old people on there about to pass out at the lyrics and the dancers, and then you saw some people they was really getting into it. They was grooving to it. Oh my God! Breaking news. Trump goes nuts as Microsoft moves to Canada after Carney snaps a $19 billion deal. Let's get into this. And you know, that 4547 has decided to sell these NVIDIA chips to China. So, what do you guys have to say about your king selling these NVIDIA chips to China? I won't tell to China because they're getting the best of us, and these NVIDIA chips that no one in the tech world wanted to go to China because they feel that China will go through, tear those chips apart, and figure out a way to use the technology in these chips for what in their military to fight whom you and who gave them this technology, your beloved president, and that is why he loves dumb voters. Okay, so now since everything is global, since being global is good, Microsoft has cut a deal with Canada. You know the shit that the United States tried to act like they wanted to incorporate into the United States. No, I think that he aired more than Saturday nights. I think it was. Um, there was someone on par with Jerry Springer, who maybe it was Morton Downey Jr. Is that the only person who was on par with Jerry Springer back then? I think it was Morton Downey Jr. Oh my God, I wish I could find that clip. Aren't they funny? Aren't they? They are just so mad. They wanted to talk about everything else when uh, when uh, uh, 4547 is discussing Luke with these young uh, girls all over his home, who even Uncle Luke, who created music like that, wasn't as perverse as the perversion that was displayed at Mar-a-Lago when he, Eddie Murphy, and Mike Tyson were invited to Mar-a-Lago after one of those pageants. Uncle Luke was disgusted. They don't want to talk about that. How the fuck did that happen? Uh, uh, Max, if you didn't see my little clip that I did, showing Uncle Luke saying that Mar-a-Lago disgusted him with all the drugs and underage people just all over the house, like the movie Eyes Wide Shut, the orgy scene in Eyes Wide Shut, that he bailed the fuck up out of that motherfucking devil's den so quickly. Uh, Review, go back a little bit and hear it from Uncle Luke himself. Okay, so y'all can't help me out, so I just gotta move forward with my commentary. Now let me see. Did you guys watch Christine Nome testimony? I will give you the. Speaking of Black Lives Matter, now they want to talk about the people in the organization that did whatever it is that they did in the organization, the organizers of Black Lives Matter. But the effect of Black Lives Matter is what really has you upset. Because God forbid you see a bunch of black people stand on business. So, isn't that I don't pay attention to, and I'm going to be honest, I have not paid attention to any Black Lives Matter news since it has been told that they misappropriated funds and bought a house. Now, they didn't go to jail for that. There was absolutely no prison term for misappropriating funds. But are we going to pretend like we don't live in the United States of America that always find conspiracies and or unalive people who get black people moving on one accord for their own benefit? So I'm gonna put it at the. I'm not gonna put it on the organizers of the actual Black Lives Matter thing, but I'm going to put it on the people who came together to let you motherfuckers know. Keep trying it. Keep trying it. That there is something that's going to bring us together. And y'all thought that y'all could try to talk about who George Floyd wasn't, isn't, what he did, but y'all were scared when the people said, "No, we've had enough." See, it's not about the people who started the organization. What scared you is the people who got the motion going. And then here 45, 47 comes into office, and he gets Mayor Bowser in DC to buckle. All that bitch did is buckle, and that is why she is not she's not running for re-election, nor should she. Nor should she. He threatened to take a couple of dollars from her, but we need the transportation system because, and if we don't let him come in and spend more on tearing down the Black Lives Matter Plaza than we will get in the transportation system, we're going to lose. Okay, so since they've torn down the Black Lives Matter plaza in DC, this is what is going up in DC. The crazy, I have no friends, I don't get invited to parties. Nancy Mace has decided that the Black Lives Matter plaza should be transformed into the Charlie Kirk Plaza. You know, Charlie Kirk was my good friend. Isn't it funny how everyone in the public eye, Charlie Kirk was their good friends. He had a lot of good friends. I'm pretty sure he didn't know half of these people. And now this silly ass bitch who may or may not run for her seat. There's talk that she is possibly running for governor in her a fucked up state that this put this crazy ass bitch in office. She wants Black Lives Matter Plaza. You can take the organizers out of the equation. The simple fact that this sensitive bitch, 4547, it is insistent on pursuing his racist agenda, had to have every brick taken out of the Black Lives Matter Plaza because what they are trying to affect is powerlessness in Black people. But see, our power doesn't lie on bricks on the ground. Our power lies in picking these bricks up from the ground. You see what I'm saying? That's where our power lies. If you guys are not in tune with getting your power straight right now, you're gonna get what you deserve. But everybody is not going to get what they deserve. Some people are going to get their just desserts. Let's get into this.
And Congress sees fit to demolish Black Lives Matter Plaza, and then erect a memorial. And Congress sees fit to demolish Black Lives Matter Plaza, and then erect a memorial to a racist, Christian nationalist bigot who hated, by all accounts, Black folks. I think by now that the audience that has stuck around for long enough to be fond of the things that I say or be in somewhat of ideological alignment with the things that I say, that it won't come as a surprise that I feel more vindicated every single day as time passes when I have said over the course of many, many, many thousands of videos that Donald Trump and the Republican Party are white supremacists, neo-Nazis, if you will. They share a passion for creating a white ethno-state. They use coded words when they talk about it, when they talk about Western civilization. But the Republican Party is the largest, most effective, and dangerous white supremacy organization on the planet. I'll say it again, and I'll continue to say it until either the Republican Party is dead and buried, or they stop their wicked ways. This story is hurtful, it is disgusting, and it is just a bright light on the racism and the evilness of the Republican Party. And I know that word is nebulous. What exactly is evil? What exactly does that mean? But colloquially, it's difficult to find another word that carries such weight as evil. Nancy Mace is an attention-seeking clout chaser, a ghoul, to be sure. She is a child, an entitled fucking brat, absolutely. But she is putting forward a bill right now that is more than just harassment of people or being an asshole in her job as a congresswoman. She's putting forward a bill to change the name of what used to be Black Lives Matter Plaza on 16th Street here in Washington, D.C., to change it to Charlie Kirk Plaza, the Charlie Kirk Free Speech First Amendment to Palooza or something. The summer of 2020, you'll remember it was chaotic. We were in the middle of the pandemic when it was reaching its peak. People were dying all over the country. People were locked in their houses to be safe from a deadly virus that killed millions. And George Floyd was murdered by Derek Chauvin, who knelt on his neck with his knee for minute after minute after minute after minute and murdered him. Was found guilty for murdering him. There was an uprising. And people, Republicans especially, they want to make this that everybody stood up because they were outraged and that George Floyd was this saint and this hero. It wasn't about George Floyd specifically. It was about the larger continuance of our history of black, especially black men in this country, being abused by police, being murdered by police. Remember the case of Philando Castile. Had a legal, registered, concealed carry permit and was gunned down in his car. There are so many, they are innumerable, the cases of unarmed black men being murdered by police and then the cops going free. So George Floyd was just kind of the straw that broke the camel's back, and people who were already just ensconced in the chaos of the moment got out there and protested. And this made Donald Trump furious. He wanted to shoot protesters in the legs. He gassed peaceful protesters right outside the White House, and 16th Street cuts the White House in half, and that is where Black Lives Matter Plaza ended up. The same spot within just a few feet of where he was gassing peaceful protesters, including media, that day. And now they want to change the name of that particular, they've already destroyed it. They've already, it's rubble. Now it's just a street. All the road signs that said Black Lives Matter Plaza have been destroyed and taken down. Thank you, Muriel Bowser, my mayor, someone who's just capitulated to Trump, bending the knee to this fascist, praising the national Guard being here, praising the inclusion of masked secret police.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Now, Mayor Bowser, will not have a government job to go back to. Pretty much like all of the other mostly educated black women that 45, 47 allowed a racist who said his best time of living in South Africa was when South Africa was under apartheid, when he allowed that racist to go through our government and fire over 300,000 black women. Now this stupid bitch is going to have to look for a job in the private sector after all this has gone down, after bending the knee and getting nothing from it. He didn't even leave money on the dresser for her silly ass. And now here we are trying to pretend like another Christian nationalist, which is code for white nationalist, is someone who deserves his name on the street before the lives of black people should be recognized. We're supposed to recognize someone who did dog whistles of racism his whole life, performing for money, performing for money, a white nationalist. So if you guys didn't know that this is what's going on in your government, this is exactly what's going on in your government.
To kidnap our community members off the street. the inclusion of masked secret police to kidnap our community members off the street. Worthless Democrat politician, without a doubt. But Nancy Mace, here we are. Let's get to the story here. This is from the local news, WTOP, traffic and weather together on the 8th, kind of an operation. Bill would rename former Black Lives Matter Plaza for slain conservative activist Charlie Kirk. A South Carolina Republican congresswoman wants to rename a well-known stretch of 16th Street Northwest in D.C. after slain conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Representative Nancy Mace introduced legislation Wednesday to designate the area once as Black Lives Matter Plaza as the Charlie Kirk Freedom of Speech Plaza. The proposal comes 3 months after Kirk was killed while speaking at a free speech event at a Utah college. This is a thumb in the eye of social justice. This is a thumb in the eye. Just another assault, a rhetorical assault, a policy assault against the black population. And specifically, to drill down on it, the black population of Washington, D.C., which is almost 42% of the city. This, by many accounts, is a black city. By population, by percentage, there are more black people here than there are white people. It's like 12% Latino, 42% black. That doesn't leave a majority of whites to live here. And Congress sees fit to erase, to demolish Black Lives Matter Plaza, and then erect a memorial to a racist, Christian nationalist bigot who hated, by all accounts, black folks, who spoke evil and sickening demagoguery against black people. If I get on a plane and I see a black lady, oh my God, I don't want to get on the plane because who knows how she got there. It couldn't be because of her intelligence. Calling Michelle Obama stupid. And a litany, Ketanji Brown Jackson, the most qualified, capable juror on the Supreme Court. Charlie Kirk was a vile, sickening, putrid racist, a white supremacist. And because he's dead, he gets a memorial where Black Lives Matter Plaza. That's not by accident. That is by design. Nancy Mace is an attention-seeking ghoul who does not care about anybody but white people, about anybody but herself, who is coincidentally white. Mace said the change would honor Kirk's commitment to the First Amendment, calling him a champion of free speech and a voice for millions of young Americans. Her bill would require
such a champion. Let me make sure my mic is on. Such a champion of free speech that the Department of Justice said that they were going to go through your social media accounts to try to prosecute anyone who said anything bad about Charlie Kirk. Are we paying attention? Are we paying attention? This is overt racism. This is all this is, in my opinion.
Official signs to be placed in the plaza and updates made to federal maps and records. In a statement, Mace contrasted the unrest that followed George Floyd's killing in 2020 when the plaza was created, with the response to Kirk's death saying the earlier period was marked by chaos and destruction, while Kirk's killing brought prayer, peace, and unity. Oh, you mean racists were upset by the killing of one of their fellow racists, so they prayed and were wrought with emotion over it? Yeah, not a surprise, Nance. She argued that after Floyd's death, America watched criminals burn cities while police officers.
Quick question. With these Kirk fans, would they have been so quiet and praying had let's say a brother had been arrested as the shooter for Kirk? Would there have been quiet praying then? Would there been quiet praying that a black person killed people like Charlie Kirk was killed throughout history and they were tired of it? Would there have been peace then? So you want to she wanted to compare something that was not comparable at all, to try to hide the racism in this motion that she wants done to the former Black Lives Matter Plaza. Are you getting what I'm telling you?
Ordered to stand down, adding that officers were vilified and abandoned by leaders who should have supported them. This is rich coming from the woman who just denigrated and harangued police officers and TSA agents at an airport in Charleston because she wasn't rushed through the line quickly enough. She's an entitled brat. The stretch of 16th Street was originally dedicated as Black Lives Matter Plaza in 2020, following nationwide protests over Floyd's death. Earlier this year, the city removed the mural because the mayor is a knee-bending coward to Donald Trump, who feigns like she has the best interests of the city in mind, but has never seen a contribution from a PAC she didn't love, loves corporations gobbling up the houses in the city. She's a disaster of a leader. And there's a new mayor's race. Hopefully we can get some of the candidates on to talk about it, because we need new leadership, fresh leadership, fiery leadership who will not bend the knee to Donald Trump. Final sentence. DC Mayor Muriel Bowser, her office declined to comment on the bill, as did several members of the DC Council. Silence is complicity, folks. You're going to sit by and say nothing while they plot to rename Black Lives Matter Plaza after a white supremacist ghoul?
And you have nothing to say? Isn't that going to cost money? So they were going to withhold money for some transit thing in DC. But then you say, okay, massa, I take it down, massa. Didn't it cost money to take it down and remove all those signs and all of that? No matter how much it costs, massa, I'll take it down so I can get the money back. So you can put the money, because we need this transit, and we have to, the city really needs this money. And the city's going to pay to take down all of this. And then the city is going to turn around and do what? Spend money to turn it into something for a white supremacist. A bitch who just got played.
This entire fear that has just overtaken political leaders who don't want to say a cross word against Charlie Kirk. He was what he was. Let his life, let his record speak for itself. You don't need to do any work at all in outing Charlie Kirk as the racist that he was. He was a sickening ghoul, a white supremacist. In an earlier age in the last century, he would have been a member of the KKK. He would have been a member of an organized, named white supremacy organization. He's just in a modern age when it's the Republican Party, not the KKK. It's not some newfangled neo-Nazi outfit. It's the Republican Party. Anyway, what do you think? I'd love to hear from you. If you live in a city, I'd really love to hear your opinion on this. This impacts you. This is your city, Washington, and I'd love to hear from you. You can call.
Okay, this link is in my description box as well. Speaking of overt racism, I guess we need to go here. Where is it? Let me find it. Speaking of overt racism, what would be a better time to visit this? Let me share this on the screen as well. If you are not aware what happened in Alabama, let's check this out. Let's check this out. Uh, Neo-Nazi group rallies outside of Little Rock Central High School in it's not Alabama, in Arkansas. In Arkansas, let's hear their chants, shall we? If you are not familiar with your history, the things they don't want you to realize because they are trying to hide the hatred that went on in this country. They don't want to make the white people who did this hatred feel uncomfortable and feel bad, and they don't want their white children to know what this country was all about. Central High School is the first high school that was integrated. That allowed black people that had to have National Guards called out to integrate this high school. Let's
Take the mask off, bitch! Take the mask off! Take the mask off! Let's see your face! What are you scared of? Cracker ass motherfucker! Mask! Tough guys? Tough guys? Take the mask off! Let's see it! Fucking cowards! You got nothing to do. Bye-bye, kike. Go read a book. Get a fucking life. Fucking losers. Fucking cowards. Take the mask off, bitch. Take the mask off. Take the mask off. Let's see your face. What are you scared of? Cracker ass motherfucker.
Okay, now let me show you what News Crews had to say about that. If you are not familiar with that, I'm going to share my screen and I give you more information about that. Let me see. Let me find it. Now, these people had no permit. You know how they say black people don't get permits? They had no permit, and they were escorted by cops. The cops said they just wanted to make sure that they didn't do anything, that they stayed on this. They were escorted by police officers. I just want you to know. And then when they got ready to leave, they all piled in the back of what? A U-Haul truck, of course. These people were in Arkansas, and they came all the way from Indiana. All the way from Indiana to do this. Let me make sure I get the news clip that I want from you. Now, then they pulled the U-Haul truck over and made all of the people get out of the U-Haul truck because it is absolutely illegal for human beings to ride in the backs of a U-Haul truck. And then what did the sheriff deputies do? They had all of the 22 people who were in the back of the U-Haul truck. They had them all get in police cars, and they took them to a different area than this area of older black people that they were marching up and down the streets singing white power. They took them to a whole nother area and dropped them off and told them that they could not go back home in the U-Haul van, that they would have to find a ride home back to Indiana. And so these cops are working like Uber, shuttling them from the black neighbor that they chose to terrorize, and taking them and dropping them off in a safe, undisclosed location so they could get a ride back home. That's what happened to these fucking racists. And way back in history, we will not forget that these police officers and sheriffs in these towns where they would go into jail and take people who were accused of crime and take them out and lynch? Where did they get the jail key? Who were the main jailers in most of these towns in the first place? They had two uniforms. Most of them had the white robes and their police uniforms. So that's why they don't want you to understand and know history. And they try to make pretend like, oh, well, we were just guarding and making sure. Who were you trying to make sure was safe? If you thought that safety was an issue, surely wouldn't the people who drove all the way down from Indiana to scream white power in a elderly, historic, a mostly black neighborhood, wouldn't they the ones who would be under threat by these young ignorant white boys? Wouldn't these elderly people be the ones you would be trying to protect? Oh, but no. Okay, let me see if I can find the news story that I want. Hmm. Here, let me hold on. Let me. If you guys are not familiar with Taylor House Publishing, he does. Maybe that's not the one I want. Let me. He does a lot of these stories. I'm gonna drop his link in the chat first. Uh, you can go over there and check. Hey, Lena, it's good to see you. Here we go. The proof that he was a racist was the racist shit he said. So yes, he was a racist. A period. He wasn't a racist, and there's no proof he was. Yes, the proof that he was a racist was the racist shit that came out of his mouth. But thank God he felt that gun violence was needed, and to protect everyone's Second Amendment rights. So poo poo, I agree with him on that. I definitely agree with his words about gun violence per capita. The famous last word. Do you mean uh, what were the famous last words? Are you talking about gang shootings? The famous last words. No gang shot him. No gang shot him. It amazes me how these white people know all the crime statistics about black crime, but they know none of their own crime statistics, which is far higher in every arena of black crime. Far higher, because there's more of them committing these heinous crimes. I ain't going back there. We already went there. Let me share. Let me share this news story. That is the link to Taylor House Publishing. He's a YouTuber. I'm trying to get someone. Let's go with. I'm not sure if I want to go with him. Here we go. Let's go with him.
You may have seen this video from the Arkansas Capitol. It's a neo-Nazi group marching through the streets of Little Rock over the weekend, and we now know tonight the Blood Tribe did not have a permit for the march. It's leaving many frustrated and in fear after the group marched at two of the city's most symbolic locations. Tanya Moderzitsky looked into how demonstration was allowed to happen and shares how the community is responding.
A small group of more than 20 white supremacists marched the streets of the Little Rock capital.
Nobody wants to know that Nazis are coming to their town.
And in front of Little Rock Central High School.
I don't think many people felt safe this weekend.
Something Representative Denise Ennett says was a reminder of history.
The Little Rock Nine, almost 70 years ago, these 9 brave souls went in to integrate Central High.
The Blood Tribe, who demonstrated on Saturday, did not have a permit with the city or Capitol Police. By law, if they stayed on sidewalks and kept it moving, no permit is legally required. We also reached out to Governor Sarah Huckabee's office. Her spokesperson said in a statement, "Racism has no place in Arkansas, and I condemn this vile protest." Little Rock police say they monitored the situation and cited a member of the group who was driving the moving truck hauling the group. Little Rock chapter of the NAACP President Marie Hollowell says Arkansas needs stricter hate crime laws.
We cannot continue to cause this division. We cannot continue to promote hate.
And it says in 2021, during her first term as state representative, there was discussion of hate crime laws.
I remember that bill like it was yesterday. That bill was highly debated.
But she voted against it because it excluded certain groups of people. She says that bill did not go anywhere, but hopes if it's presented again during the next session, she gets to include every group impacted by hate crimes and is reminding constituents to be vigilant.
It takes a village. It takes people like you and me to call out this nonsense.
Was Tanya Moderzitsky reporting. Now, the Little Rock School District and the Little Rock Mayor did not give any comment tonight on that demonstration.
Isn't that interesting? The school district and the mayor, the school district that will not teach the history of the Little Rock Nine. Now, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can find the dash cam. And it's funny. You have all of these races trying to intimidate where integration of a school first started, and to try to sanitize this story. That was not the story that I wanted to actually show. Let me share. Is this the? Yes, this is another thing that I want to share with you. How these races are being emboldened by this administration in particular. Neo-Nazi participated in a boat parade organized by RNC co-chair Laura Trump, where they showed slogans such as "White Power," "Make America White Again," "Hail Trump," and other racist slurs. So this is the story about neo-Nazis march to Little Rock Central High School, one of the first schools to integrate at the Brown versus Board of Education. Okay. I showed you this march in Indianapolis.
Hey, I still love y'all. I still love you.
Why do people say that dumb shit? I still love you.
The police shaking their head.
But George Floyd gets a knee put on his neck until he dies. Also, Columbus, Ohio. I showed you this one in Columbus, Ohio.
Y'all done? Y'all ain't.
One of these participants actually had a gun. They were stopped and questioned, but no arrests in this one. The police department was well aware that one of them had a gun.
Done, are you? Yeah. Why y'all hiding y'all's faces? Why you hiding your faces? Don't hide your face. Don't hide your face. Keep going. Don't stop. Where they going? Look at them, scared to show their faces. There's some racial shit, bro. Y'all done? Y'all done? Yeah, come do that shit at nighttime. Come do that shit at nighttime. Come back at nighttime. You hear this shit, bro? No, don't go. They got guns on them, bro. You hear me? Bro. Yeah, man, come back and do that shit. I ain't scared of that. I got work. I hope you die, bitch. Hey, come do that shit at nighttime. I hope you die. Come do that shit at nighttime. Come do that shit at nighttime. I see you at nighttime. Yeah, come back at night and do that shit.
They shouldn't have to come back at nighttime. They came when they came, and they should have got what they got when they came. From the deadly Unite the Right rally, that was in, I believe, in North Carolina. I think it was North Carolina, in which Trump famously uh, reimagined a tiki torch wielding white nationalism as the very fine people on both sides. Two groups of neo-Nazis who showed up during a pro-Trump campaign event in 2024. It couldn't be clearer that when Trump said, "Make America Great Again," all the Nazis in America heard, "Yeah, baby, it's a white boy summer." Okay. This is them in Little Rock. I've already showed you that one. So now, what I also want to show you is that brain dead. Uh, what is her? Look at me being brain dead. Christy Nome, um, uh, Joe Kemp, and a representative from the FBI showed up for questioning at a Senate questioning. And funny enough, though, um, Cash Patel was supposed to show up himself, but he decided not to even appear at this hearing. Now, let's hear who were the greatest threat. Hold on. Let's. I keep hearing things. Let's hear uh, who they decided was the biggest threat to the United States. I, no. Let me find it. Okay. Um, I'm just gonna give you a overview of this hearing. You may not be familiar with who Joe Kemp is, but I am going to let you know that Joe Kemp ran for Congress and he was defeated. And one of the campaign's ads said that you did not want to vote for Joe Kemp because Joe Kemp had had partnered with the Proud Boys and had hired the Proud Boys in his administration. And when fact checked, that was absolutely true. This is who is on. If you guys saw this Kristi Noem hearing, we're going to see a couple of highlights and lowlights from this Kristi Noem hearing. And I want you to know that Joe Kemp, Kristi Noem, and some undisclosed, well, he was disclosed, some unknown person showed up in Cash Patel's steed. And I want you to hear the question about who is the greatest threat uh, to the United States, the greatest in-house threat to the United States, as Joe Kemp, who hired the Proud Boys during his failed campaign in Washington State. I just want to share this with you. And when questioned about it, tried to separate him, saying, "Oh, I just hired him to do some canvassing and all of this shit." You know how they try to walk it back, like, "Oh, I really don't know him, but I was paying him out of my campaign coffers." Let's go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gladstein.
Let me slow this down so we can hear this properly. This is a little combination of the dragging that these dumb motherfuckers and would you believe that Christine Nome got up and left early? She didn't say for the whole drag fest of her stupid ass.
Will you tell me the organizations that pose on the domestic side, two of the organizations, number one, number two, threat to the homeland at this point?
Can you please clarify, like, organizations?
This is who's answering for Cash Patel.
Any domestic terrorist organization that poses a threat to the homeland as we speak?
I'd say the first one, President Trump had just announced executive order domestic terrorist organization, Antifa. That's our primary.
He can announce whatever he wants to announce. He's asking you as the stand-in for the FBI, who have the FBI deemed as the number one threat. President Trump just announced. So just because President Trump announced it, is that what we're going with? Based on what? Let's see what this is based on.
Very concerned right now.
As we speak.
I'd say the first one, President Trump had just announced executive order domestic terrorist organization, Antifa. That's our primary concern right now.
All right, that's what President Trump did. What does the FBI say?
We share the same view. When you look at the data right now, you look at the domestic terrorist threat that we're facing. Right now, what I see from my position is that's the most immediate violent threat that we're facing on the domestic side.
So where is Antifa headquartered?
What we're doing right now with the organization.
Where in the United States does Antifa exist?
Understand that prior to this questioning, white supremacist groups were number one on the list of domestic terrorists that should be watched in the United States. Understand that. And what did the Department of Justice do since they have been in office? They snatched that report out of the DOJ webpage. Understand that. But let's get back into this Antifa. You know, this Antifa that only exists in the minds, in the rhetoric of President 45, 47, and the stupid Republicans that parrot this bullshit about Antifa. There's no such thing as Antifa. Antifa is short for anti-fascist. And I showed you the what is it, MS PM7, that 4547, a memorandum that he put out classifying Antifa as a terrorist group. A terrorist group. If they are against capitalism, if they are against uh, um, deportations, if they a whole lot of list of things that you will be classified as Antifa is if you do as a American citizen who follow Charlie Kirk, free speech absolutist. As long as that free speech isn't against capitalism and deportations and other, I forget all the other shit. I discussed it earlier. This MS PM7. That you cannot have freedom of speech about in the United States of America. They have put you on a terrorist watch list. They will put you on a terrorist watch list and pretend like you are a part of Antifa, a group that absolutely does not exist, absolutely has no leadership, absolutely has no membership, absolutely meets nowhere. This is what is going on in your government. So let's get back to this.
If it's a
What we're doing right now with the organization.
Where in the United States does Antifa exist?
Nowhere.
If it's a terrorist organization and you've identified it as number one.
We are building out the infrastructure right now.
How are you building up the infrastructure for a group you already declared is the number one threat, domestic threat to America, and you don't even know where they are, but you are proclaiming they're number one? We're building up the infrastructure right now. You're creating. How are you building up the infrastructure of something that you already says is a fucking terrorist group? Wouldn't they be the one who have already built up their own infrastructure? And you could tell us everything about this infrastructure. Kind of like Hexef said that he knew everything about everyone who was on that first boat, that they killed, murdered these people on that boat. We're building up the infrastructure right now. These are the people who are coming before Congress telling them this ignorant ass shit. And look at this wax face bitch sitting up there with a smirk on her face, like everything is cute. And she had to leave the hearing early because they had so many foots up her stupid ass.
So what does that mean? We're trying to get the information. You say Antifa is a terrorist organization. Tell us as a committee, how did you come to that? Where do they exist? How many members do they have in the United States as of right now?
Well, that's very fluid. It's ongoing for us to understand that. The same, no different than Al Qaeda and ISIS.
No, I don't want you.
The same thing as Al Qaeda and ISIS. But you were able to tell us a whole lot more about Al Qaeda and ISIS. You were able to tell us where they were concentrated at. You were able to tell us these ISIS leaders. You were able to tell us who were member of ISIS. But not so much. It's still fluid. It's fluid. The lie is still fluid. That's the only thing that's fluid. It's the lie.
Ask one question, sir.
Well, that's very fluid. It's ongoing for us to understand that. The same, no different than Al Qaeda and ISIS.
No, I don't want you. Ask one question, sir. I just want you to tell us. If you said Antifa is the number one domestic terrorist organization operating in the United States, I just need to know where they are, how many people. I don't want a name. I don't want anything like that. Just how many people have you identified with the FBI that Antifa is made of?
Well, the investigations are active.
So you wouldn't come to this committee and say something you can't prove. I know. I know you wouldn't do that. But you did. Madam Secretary, you and the gentleman from NCTC reference the unfortunate accident that occurred with the National Guardsman being killed.
You think that was an unfortunate accident?
I mean,
It was a terrorist attack.
wait. Look, I'll get it straight. Then you can
He shot our
respond.
National Guardsman in the head.
Look, Mr. Chairman, will you direct the witness to allow me to ask my question? It was an unfortunate situation, but you blamed it solely on Joe Biden. I want you to know who approved the asylum application for this same person.
Mr. Thompson, this individual that came into the country.
No, I want to know who approved.
Congressman Thompson, I want you to understand when this individual came into the country,
I'm not going to let you.
under
I'm not going to let you.
evacuation of Afghanistan under Operation Allies Welcome, was thoroughly vetted by the Biden administration at that point in time, allowed into our country, and then was never followed up. I want to remind everybody in Congress.
Reclaim my time.
We follow the law, and every asylum is supposed to have a check-in every single year, and the Biden administration failed to do that. They vetted this individual, allowed them into our country, and did not do due
Witness will allow the gentleman to ask his question.
Yes or no? Who approved the asylum claim?
The application on the asylum was thoroughly filled out by information that was gathered by the Biden administration.
So the
His
Biden administration approved the asylum.
His asylum application was put into place under the rules established by the Biden administration.
Reclaiming my time. I don't want to file perjury charges against you, but I'm of the opinion that the Trump administration, DHS, your DHS, approved the asylum application.
The asylum application moved forward under all of the information and vetting processes that were put in place under the Biden administration, which is when vetting happened. And that's what President Trump has changed. Under President Trump's administration.
Reclaim my time again.
When
it's obvious you don't want to answer the question. Mr. Kent, you want a shot at it?
The individual was vetted to serve as a soldier in Afghanistan, and that vetting.
Mr. Kent, that is Mr. Kent. We're going to hold it right there. Let me get you even angrier about who Mr. Kent is, as they sit up here and try to lie that they were not the ones who vetted these Afghanistans and they approve their asylum to the United States. As they sit up here and try to lie and run a whole bunch of bullshit on you, let's get into who Mr. Kent is, so I can be sure you know that he is absolutely in cahoots with the Proud Boys. He lost his bid for Congress. Isn't it funny that he has a DEI position? A whole loser has a position in this government. The people of Washington didn't rejected him, and of course 4547 would employ this abject reject to his administration. So let's where is Joe Kemp? Where is this Joe Kemp stuff I want to share with you? Here we are, right here.
Tonight, we're relaunching one of the most popular projects.
Let me make sure I'm sharing this with you. Yes, I am. So you can understand exactly who Joe Kemp is. Just facts. Just the facts. Who sat up there and lying, trying to say that anything with this Afghanistan. So Joe Biden administration was so horrible, but you guys didn't review asylum claims before you approved them. So would that mean you are far far worse in your jobs than Joe Biden was. If Joe Biden administration missed this stuff, you just push the paperwork through without even looking at it. As you claim everything of the Biden administration has fucked up this country. Why then would you just be pushing paperwork through for Afghanistan who came over here, huh? So who is the dummy? Who you are telling the whole nation that Joe Biden administration was asleep at the wheel when it came to immigration. Isn't that what they have always said about Joe Biden and immigration? And they never bothered to check the Afghan paperwork. They approved their asylum without looking at it, and they still trying to blame it on. They will not let it come out of their mouth. The simple, obvious fact, the provable fact that their administration themselves approved these applications. Let's get into Joe Kemp and his white supremacist buddies.
We undertake before elections, fact-checking those political ads. I'll show you where they're stretching the truth a little bit, where they left out important context, and where they got it right. Fact-checking the political ads. That's our big story tonight. That's aimed at conservative Republican Joe Kent. It's paid for by the DCCC, that's the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, the group that's working really hard to elect Democrats. Kent is in a rematch with incumbent Democrat Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez. She's a moderate to conservative Democrat in what used to be a pretty reliably Republican district. The two are holding a debate tonight as both sides fight for votes in Washington's 3rd congressional district. That's kind of the dark area there on the map. It covers southwest Washington, and it goes north past Centralia and then over west to the coast. Here's why this race matters on a national scale. Right now, the U.S. House of Representatives is to their own seats. They will control the House, and that is huge when it comes to the balance of power on a national basis. Now, Gluesenkamp-Perez is a Democrat who's only been in office for about a year and a half, and her party desperately wants to keep that seat. Before she won, Republicans had that seat, as I mentioned, for 12 years. And the election in 2022 between these same two candidates was so close. These are the numbers from the Washington Secretary of State's office for that election. Perez won with 160,000 votes. We're showing those as well, and it's because our market stretches into southwest Washington. So, sorry, you get to watch them with everybody else. Okay, that's the background. Now, let's take a look at this attack ad, which is not paid for by the Perez campaign. It is paid for by the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee that I told you about earlier. Ready? Here we go.
I voted Republican in the past, and I am not voting for Joe Kent.
He actually pals around with white nationalists and neo-Nazis.
There's no place for that kind of extremism here.
Okay, now let's add a little, in fact, a lot of context here. I don't know anything about the three people that you hear from in the ad, but that headline, ooh, that is some skillful political manipulation because it allows you to think kind of whatever you want. Does it mean that he's such an attractive candidate to white nationalists that they filled his meetings to hear about his great plans that they love? Or does it mean that people in his district wanted him to clear the air about whether he and white nationalists actually do believe the same things? When I first saw it and heard the actually do believe the same things. When I first saw it and heard the woman say he pals around with white nationalists and neo-Nazis, I really thought that maybe they'd caught him at a barbecue having beers and chuckling with those folks. But no, they don't have that. And I think that headline really does not mean what it leads you to believe that it means, okay? I tracked down the paper that the ad cites. It's the Chronicle. That's a newspaper in Centralia, Washington. They had a reporter at a town hall meeting that Kent held in March of 2022. Now, the story reports that 5 men drove 5 hours from Idaho to attend the meeting in Washington, and another drove down from Tacoma. The article states that the 6 were there to defend another man named Nick Fuentes, who many news outlets had called a white nationalist. Kent was distancing himself from Fuentes, and apparently those guys didn't like it. The paper reported that the men peppered Kent with questions about nationalist beliefs. The paper reported that eventually the gathering of locals actually got a bit hostile towards the men, and then cheered when Kent said his platform was about fighting for all Americans regardless of skin color or religion. Earlier in that same week, OPB had reported that Kent did distance himself from Fuentes after publicity that the two had a phone call when Kent first launched his campaign, and that Fuentes had said that he'd used his social media platform to support Joe Kent. Kent repeated that on our Straight Talk show with Laurel Porter in 2022.
When I first announced I was going to run for Congress, I had a wide range of consultants that reached out to me and offered their services. I did speak with Nick once. He talked about doing things with social media, and I just assumed that he was another consultant. I had no idea who Fuentes was or any of the controversy around him. So that's the extent of our association. I know one of my opponents, attempted to link us together. And then since then, Fuentes has been attacking me. His goon squad even shows up to many of my events to say that, I'm not enough of a white nationalist or something like that. And I'm not a white nationalist at all.
So I think when you look at that headline, you should be thinking that it refers to the men who showed up and peppered Kent with questions. But the ad uses the headline and a comment from a woman in the All right, on this one, yeah, I think supremacists and neo-Nazis. That refers to the men who showed up and peppered Kent with questions. But the ad uses the headline and a comment from a woman in the ad to suggest that he pals around with white supremacists and neo-Nazis. That's a pretty big stretch, in my opinion. Okay, let's look at another part of the ad.
Joe Kent hired one of the Proud Boys to work on his campaign.
All right, on this one, yeah, I think they got it right. Let's look at another part of the ad.
Joe Kent hired one of the Proud Boys to work on his campaign.
All right, on this one, yeah, I think they got it right. That is a fact. They sourced the Associated Press from July 27th.
Hired one of the Proud Boys to work on his campaign.
All right, on this one, yeah, I think they got it right. That is a fact. They sourced the Associated Press from July 27th of 2022. I found this AP story from July 26th, the day before, and yeah, I guess we can see where the ad folks got that shot of Kent that they're using. It's right there. This was apparently taken at a rally to support those arrested after the January 6th riot at the Capitol. It's used with an article from an Associated Press reporter who's writing about Kent and other Republicans that experts that they interviewed believed were concerned that they had connections to right-wing extremists. The article cites campaign finance disclosures showing that Kent paid $11,000 to Graham Jorgensen, who was identified as a Proud Boy in a law enforcement report. The Proud Boys, by the way, if you don't know, are an all-male extremist group that led the storming of Congress on January 6, 2021. Kent's campaign told the AP that Jorgensen was a low-level worker who handed out literature, put up signs, and denied he had any current affiliation with outside organizations. So the ad states that Kent hired a consultant who was a member of the Proud Boys. Maybe not a consultant, but according to the AP, the Proud Boy part is accurate.
Gay, 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 gay. That is what MAGA is saying. Benny Johnson. Gay, 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 gay.
That were put in place under the Biden administration, which is when vetting happened. And that's what President Trump has changed.
Was vetted to serve as a soldier in Afghanistan, and that vetting standard was used by the Biden administration as a ruse to bring him here. Had we followed the standard operating procedures for special immigrant visas, that individual and none of the allies welcome people would have come to America. That's on Joe Biden.
Gentlemen's
Just
time has
answer the-
expired.
That was the answer.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. That was a murder that took place in D.C. It was not an unfortunate incident. And those comments are effing disrespectful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with my colleague from Texas. It is a tale of two cities. cities. Secretary Noem, Trump administration, you're going after the worst of the worst criminals, and we agree with you. The problem is 70% of the people you've arrested have no criminal record. You're going after non-criminal immigrants, U.S. citizens, and permanent legal residents. Donna Hughes Brown, Irish citizen, green card holder, 48 years in the United States. She also happens to be the mother of a U.S. Marine, sister to a retired Army colonel. She's in ICE detention since July. She tried to come back from Ireland, arrested, has been there since then. Her crime? She wrote 2 bad checks for less than $80 a decade ago. You arrested her, she's in custody. Her husband, Jim
Okay, let's get beyond him.
Active duty Marines and 1 Marine veteran by the head and neck before putting him in an unmarked car. The man in the video has been identified as Narciso Barranco and is the father of 2 active duty Marines and 1 Marine veteran. The Department of Homeland Security said an illegal alien was arrested by Border Patrol agents after he, quote, assaulted federal law enforcement, adding that Barranco, quote, swung a weed whacker directly at an agent's face. Video shared by DHS and reviewed by CNN shows Barranco running with a weed whacker, but does not show him striking officers.
I also have with us today Alex Barranco behind you, a retired Marine. That's his father. And Alex, on behalf of myself, members here, I want to thank you for your service to our country, and we also thank your brothers for serving our great country. Thank you very much. Got another case. George Rete, 25-year-old, native of California, my home state. He's a U.S. citizen, Army veteran who served in Iraq. Well, on his way to work, he came to an immigration checkpoint, pulled over. I don't know where officers deployed tear gas on him, broke his car window, pepper sprayed him, and dragged him out of his car. An American citizen held for 72 hours without any charges, wasn't even given the opportunity to shower, to wash off that paper.
Gentleman's time's expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
Mr. Chairman, I have 2 articles I'd like to present for the record.
Unanimous consent.
Under President Trump, an agency intended to keep Americans safe has diverted resources from child abuse, trafficking, and terrorism to immigration enforcement. Second is this letter from my Orange County Sheriff, Don Barnes, essentially talking.
So y'all happy about that? Child abuse and trafficking. The money the FBI was using for that has been diverted by your president. Y'all happy about that? Y'all care about children so much. The anti-abortion people. Hey, God, I am not repeating all of that. Oh my God. Y'all happy about that? Oh my God. I apologize. I just I went on a riff on that information.
Talking about all the individuals under Prop 50 referred to ICE. 2025 year to date, 50 of them. ICE never showed up to pick them up.
Thank you, Chairman Garbarino and Ranking Member Thompson, for having this hearing today. I know the American people have been demanding answers from this administration on their unlawful actions, so I hope we are able to get some useful answers from our witnesses today. Secretary Noem, this past May, I asked you during a congressional hearing if it was the policy of DHS to follow orders issued by federal courts. You said on the record, and I'm quoting here, "We are following all federal orders." End of my quote, end of your quote. Secretary Noem, you lied to me under oath that day. You lied to the American people, and you have betrayed the trust placed upon you in your role as Secretary of Homeland Security. You defied federal court orders when you refused to order the deportation flights to El Salvador in March to turn around. Federal courts.
Now that's what I was talking about. I was talking about Camille Garcia. Albrego Garcia. He has been freed to go back home. They said that they took him by mistake. Instead of owning up to that mistake, no, they kept him there and said that the president of El Salvador wouldn't bring him back. But what happened? Suddenly he got brought back home after a whistleblower, the whistleblower that whistleblowed on Bouvet. Bouvet, who was working at the Department of Justice, who has been honored with his scheming, a former Trump attorney, Emile Bouvet, a former Trump attorney, got a job with under the Trump DOJ, and he told attorneys that they may have to get used to defying judges. And so this guy who was fighting this case to stonewall the judge who told Christy Nome from the get-go, if those planes have not left the ground, they better not leave the ground. And if they have left the ground, turn those planes around. And she did not turn those planes around. That's what he's talking about right here. But let's go further. Then mysteriously, Abreu Garcia got sent back home. And what did this DOJ did? They made up some trumped up charges in Tennessee about a Tennessee traffic arrest where he never even got a traffic ticket. And they said that he was trafficking people and they were going to prosecute him on that. But what happened? The prosecutor in Tennessee refused to prosecute that case. So you think that he would be let go then? Then they said that he had a deportation order before any of all of this happened. What came of that? You found out that he never had gotten a deportation order. And then what happened after that? They said, well, they were still going to hold him and they were going to send him to some place in Africa because Costa Rica would not take him. And what happened after that? Costa Rica said that I don't know where they got that from. We have plenty of people that we will take. And yes, we will take him. We never said that we would not take him. This is your Department of Justice, the highest law enforcement office in the country. This is all what your Department of Justice did after they first admitted him being sent to El Salvador was a mistake. But they did all of this. And Emile Bove, what happened to him? The former Trump judge who told lawyers in the Department of Justice who were fighting this case, what happened to Emile Bove? He got a judgeship, and in the Third Circuit Court of Appeals. He was rewarded, and one of the questions he was questioned in his he was a question in his uh, confirmation hearing if he had in fact told people, attorneys working at the DOJ, that they need to get used to denying judge's order. And he said he didn't recall ever saying that. He never said he didn't say that. He said, I don't recall ever saying that. A real smug judge. And what did this smug judge? He's so smug that this former Trump attorney Emile Bove, what did he do when Trump did his Trump rally in Pennsylvania? Because his ratings are at 31%, that his ratings are tanking. He took his ass up to the rally. Why is that a problem? Because judges are not supposed to go to political rallies, and he's a third Circuit Court of Appeals judge showed up at a Trump rally. And what is going on now? The initial judge, that order was defied for them taking all of those 200 people to El Salvador in the first place, has an investigation into Christy Nome for contempt of court, and Emile Bove is also slated to be questioned about his actions in that when he was a supervisor over the DOJ attorneys and giving them that advice. And they would not known it had not they got a whistleblower. And why did they get a whistleblower? They got this whistleblower who told that Emile Bove was telling them to defy judge's orders because the judge did not hand back any favorable rulings to this person that they were telling to go in front of this judge and lie. And so what did they do? They fired this man and said that he didn't defend the case vigorously enough. He couldn't convince the judge of the lies that they were scheming up behind the scenes to cover up for something they admitted was a mistake. They fired this Department of Justice attorney, and he became the whistleblower, and he was the one who is telling all of this. And the thing about this is that Emile Bove may have put himself in jeopardy as well because of the fact that they were planning something illegal against to put before a judge. They no longer get lawyer-client confidentiality. He's going to have to testify. This is what your Department of Justice is doing. Emile what is his name? Grego Garcia is at home now. Is at home. They have kept him in custody all of this time. And what's going to come of this? He's going to sue them. He's going to sue the Department of Justice, and more than likely he will win this lawsuit. Well, who's going to pay this lawsuit? Is it going to come out of Bundy's or this crooked Third Circuit Judge Bove? It ain't going to come out of their pockets. That's our money. This is what the Department of Justice is doing. Now I said it again. What lie did I tell? Tundi, 761. Be specific about the lie that I told. I'll wait. Okay. While I wait for the lie that I told, a specific lie that I told, we will continue this.
Have also found your department to have violated federal injunctions in your continue to send non-citizens on deportation flights, with some courts having called your orders unlawful. Secretary Noem, I just have 3 questions for you. 1, why did you lie under oath by saying DHS was following all federal court orders when they clearly were not?
Congressman.
Question 2, let me finish my questions. Question 2, why did you mislead the American people when you said that no American citizens have been arrested or detained by federal immigration agents? And my last question, number 3, Donald Trump said that your ICE agents haven't gone far enough. Do you think terrorizing American citizens and assaulting peaceful protesters isn't far enough?
Congressman, the Department of Homeland Security and this administration complies with all federal court orders. We always have, and we always will.
Not true.
And we will continue to appeal. And sir, I will even tell you that at the highest court, at the Supreme Court, the Department of Homeland Security in our litigation has an over 90% success rate in winning at the highest court in our battle against activist judges across this country.
And our battle against activist judges. So she is the one who decides what judges' orders. And if she get a order that is not in her liking, she defies the order. That is an absolute fact.
Madam Secretary,
we will continue to appeal, and then when it gets to the highest court and we get a decision, it is proven that we are right, that we have been compliant. I will also say,
Madam Secretary, let me.
You want me to answer your questions or not?
I do, but let me. You haven't been telling us the truth. Look, there have been at least 170 known cases of citizens being arrested or detained by federal immigration agents this year alone. This is the truth. Are you lying to the American people right now by denying these reports?
And we are doing our targeted enforcement operations against criminal illegal aliens. Individuals that are in that area may be detained until we verify who they are, and then they are released. This has been done for years, and every single law enforcement operation that has always happened, we follow the same protocols, and we continue to do that. We have never once detained or deported an American citizen We have not held them
Not
and
true.
charged them.
That's a
When
lie.
we find out
Not
and verify
true.
their identity, then that is when they are released. You also asked about ICE agents going far enough. Sir, I will tell you that every single ICE agent, CBP agent, federal law enforcement officer that's out there doing their work every day, none of them will rest until our communities are safe. None of them will rest until
Secretary
terrorists,
Noam, it
criminals
is the fact that
off
you
of our
ignored federal
streets,
orders.
and our children and our grandchildren can grow
Let
up
me
in a country
reclaim my
that
time
truly
here,
is
please.
safe.
Let me reclaim. Secretary Noam, it is a fact that you ignored federal court orders in March and in May of this year. Do you plan on ignoring more federal orders?
We
I'm
always
sick,
comply
I'm sick
with
of,
all federal
sick
court
of your
orders.
lies. And the American people demand the
Because
truth.
you keep saying it doesn't make it true.
I am sick of your lies. The American people are sick of these lies. American people demand truth.
America is very happy that finally they have a president in the White House that gets up every day to keep them safe.
Madam Secretary, your incompetence and your inability to truthfully carry out your duties of Secretary of Homeland Security, if you're not fired, will you resign?
Sir, I will consider your asking me to resign as an endorsement of my work. Thank you very much.
It is an endorsement of your work. That is exactly why he asked you to resign. Hey, Barn Dog, it's good to see you. A chippied tooth, Tony. I don't care what about me that you feel is typical, but prove a lie that I told. Be specific. Since you decide to think that that is effective because I'm giving you these facts, what lie did I tell? I'm waiting. I am waiting. You see, excuse me. You see, these low IQ motherfuckers come in here and they can't stand the truth. So all of you're liar, you're liar, you're liar. When they get these facts put on their ass, these old bunkins try to come in here and think that they are effective when what is being put down is the actual facts. I give two fucks about you being mad. Stay mad, bitch. You're gonna be mad all the while you're in this chat, motherfucker. And if you're leaving, hit the like button on your way out. You're a big motherfucking mad ass fan, bitch. You'll be back. It is very ineffective what you're saying, but I see you have not enunciated or type your angry fingers to be specific about any lie that I told, and I love it. Let's continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for holding this hearing today. The greatest threat to the homeland right now is a Department of Homeland Security that the American people know.
Now, this is the congresswoman who was arrested, who the DHS spokeswoman said that this woman was body slamming people all over the place. I've replayed her, Trish McLaughlin, I believe her name is, the DHS spoke a liar, came out and said that this woman was body slamming people all over the place and all of this bullshit that she said. And they arrested and charged this woman for doing their job in inspecting ICE facilities. Now, all of a sudden, now this administration acts as if they must make appointments. No, they don't have to make appointments. They came to an ICE facility to inspect the facility, a private owned ICE facility, and they came to do their jobs. And got lied on and said that the mayor of Newark, New Jersey, tried to go in after a truck and all of this shit. And when this bitch, all of her lies were played in front of her face, you don't see any truck there. You see they invited him in. You must have the wrong video. I don't know how you messed it up. You got the wrong video because of what happened was, and we had just seen what happened. What happened was none of the lies that the Department of Homeland Security is putting out had happened. That's what happened. Now, let me.
No longer trust. A department actively undermined by its own secretary. This is on you, Secretary Noem. Today's hearing is supposed to be about worldwide threats, but Madam Secretary, under your watch, the threat is coming from inside the building. Because when DHS, the department charged with keeping Americans safe, is caught breaking the law, lying to the American public, systematically dismantling oversight, fueling bigotry, and targeting vulnerable communities, trust is broken. Let's start with the basics. How can we trust your department with you at the helm? The American people deserve an answer, even if you've spent the past year dodging accountability like it's your full-time job. We need to talk about oversight. Oversight is not optional. It is not a courtesy because you feel like it. It is not something you entertain only when it's politically convenient to you. Yet, time and time again, Secretary Noem, you have treated congressional oversight as an inconvenience at best, and at worst, something to be invaded, ignored, or denied altogether. Republicans on this committee may be willing to hand over their constitutional duty in order to kiss this administration's butt cheeks, but I am not. I will never. My district is not, and the American people sure aren't. While Republicans turned this hearing into a praise fest for your failed 10-year communities across America, including mine in New Jersey, are made less safe because DHS under your leadership has become unproductive and malicious. All of the thank you that we keep hearing from across the aisle, there's no thank you from me. And we see the truth that you're trying to hide. The truth is you are deeply unqualified for the post you hold. This is on full display in the way you treat the people in this body, myself included, who have been elected to serve our communities and keep them safe. Representative Grijalva, Senator Padilla, myself, and others whose character, integrity, and bodies were attacked by your department without evidence and without apology. Far beyond being disrespectful, you have shown a complete disregard for the oversight authority granted to us by law. You have repeatedly shown that you will target whoever you want, whenever you want, without accountability. Members of Congress, members of our communities, and even American citizens, as many of my colleagues have continued to point out today. Secretary Noem, that's not leadership. That's not democracy. And that is not how this works. Again, this is not just about you. Don't want you to think this is just a pick on you day. This is about the Trump administration that has turned DHS into a political weapon. So I'll ask you this. Is Trump embarrassed by your tenure, or is this exactly the kind of god-awful leadership he wants at DHS? Yes or no?
Ma'am, we've already conducted more oversight visits.
No. It's a yes or no. Yes or no. Okay, Secretary Noem, this is my time to talk, not your time to talk. I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. Chair, I reclaim my time. Secretary Noem, DHS is breaking the law, hiding information from Congress, and shutting out oversight. So let me ask you, how can the American people trust your department with you at the helm with this kind of behavior?
The American people absolutely trust this department to keep them safe. And we are showing that every day by the support we get across the country, the amount of people that we're recruiting to all of our different agencies.
Thank you, Secretary Noem. Do you agree that using DHS resources to target members of Congress is an abuse of power?
Excuse me, would you say that?
You would have heard me if you stopped talking and listened to my questions. Do you agree that using DHS resources to target members of Congress is an abuse of power?
We are not doing that. We are out there enforcing the law, doing our work, and we are allowing oversight.
Of course, we're not going to get any answers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I just want to respond to a lot of what Secretary Noem has just testified to. And gentlemen, I have some comments that I hope you'll take back to the Secretary and to the Department. If there's anything that is clear about what is going on in this country, is that the rhetoric and fear that is happening is at an all-time escalated high. And we're all describing different aspects of it. Fear of law enforcement, fear of citizens, fear of people who are legally in this country, because it's the rhetoric that is happening from the very top that is being decimated down level, and that is really, really dangerous. And one of the things that the Secretary said was she is restoring the rule of law. That is absolutely not true, because the rule of law is founded on two fundamental principles: that if you are going to be subject to a criminal arrest in this country, that there is probable cause to do so. You can't just snatch somebody walking into a coffee shop because of the color of their skin. There's no probable cause for that. And also that you will get due process. And that is not happening. And so what you're seeing is an overwhelming frustration of the American people in this country, that the lack of respect and regard for the rule of law by this administration, and in particular by this secretary, is at a level that we have never seen and violates all of the constitutional norms and all of the principles of legal fairness in this country. And you're seeing that manifests itself in threats to law enforcement and bubbling over because people are frustrated and they are channeling that frustration because the administration is not listening and is only doubling down on the rhetoric. You know, this notion that I think my colleagues highlighted that we're only going to pursue serious threats. It's just not true. I visited an ICE facility outside of Dallas, and over 70% of them were classified as the lowest threat level, as never having a criminal record at all. But yet they were there because of the color of their skin. There was not a probable cause. They're not a threat to this country. They have no criminal history at all. I fully support, as does everyone on this committee, Homeland Security focusing on threats to our national security. We want cybersecurity. We want terroristic threats from abroad to be stopped. Absolutely. None of us want a recreation of 9/11, but we also do not want, under any level, the trampling of our constitutional rights and the legal system of due process. I have a poster here to highlight 3 American citizens that were arrested by ICE who had done nothing wrong. They presented themselves as American citizens, but yet were still trampled, assault. One had broken ribs, a brain injury, an older gentleman by being knocked down to the ground after he said, "I'm an American citizen." But yet they did not stop. And that is a huge problem. When somebody says, "I'm an American citizen," to ICE, and ICE does not stop and continues to assault them and physically berate them and then hold them for days and days on end without a due process hearing, that is a problem. And it is not stopping. We have brought these concerns to the secretary and to agencies like yourself in these hearings time and time again through multiple letters. We've all written letters that have gone unresponded because this cannot happen in our country. And the reality of it is,
letters go unanswered to this department. They ignore Congress in this department. There is definitely a couple more people who I want you to show. Christine Nome couldn't be bothered to stay beyond the lies because the lies weren't working. All of these clips are in my description box under the title, Just Answer the Question. Let's get into more of her hearings.
Madam Secretary, how many United States military veterans have you deported?
Sir, we have not deported U.S. citizens or military veterans.
I don't believe you served in the military. I haven't either, but I think you and I can agree that as Americans, we owe everything to those who have served our country in uniform, particularly those who have served in combat. Do you agree with that?
Sir, I believe that people that are in this United States that are citizens have legal status here.
Madam Secretary, we are joined on Zoom by a gentleman named Sejun Park. He is a United States Army combat veteran who was shot twice while serving our country in Panama in 1989. Like many veterans, he struggled with PTSD and substance abuse after his service. He was arrested in the 1990s for some minor drug offenses, nothing serious. He never hurt anyone besides himself, and he's been clean and sober for 14 years. He is a combat veteran, a Purple Heart recipient. He has sacrificed more for this country than most people ever have. Earlier this year, you deported him to Korea, a country he hasn't lived in since he was 7 years old. Will you join me in thanking Mr. Park for his service to our country?
Sir, I'm grateful for every single person that has served our country and follows our laws.
Can you please tell
And those
Mr.
that our
Park
laws
why
are
you
important,
deported him?
Every one of them needs to be enforced.
But you understand that many veterans struggle with PTSD, many veterans struggle with substance abuse challenges. This man took 2 bullets for our country. You have broad authority, by the way, as Secretary, to issue humanitarian parole, to do deferred action. Will you commit to at least looking at Mr. Park's case to see if you can help him find a pathway back to this country that he sacrificed so much for?
I will absolutely look at his case, but I want you to remember that
Madam Secretary, the man
You should have looked at the case before.
And behind you, please stand up, sir. His name is Jim Brown from Troy, Missouri. He is a Navy combat veteran who served our country in the Gulf War. He's married to a woman named Donna, who came to our country legally from Ireland when she was 11 years old. She has lived here for 48 years. Because of you, Jim's wife, Donna, has been in prison for the last 4 months. She did not come here illegally, and she has never committed any crime other than writing 2 bad checks totaling $80 10 years ago. She is currently in prison and facing deportation. Ms. Noem, will you thank Mr. Brown for his service to our country.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your service to our
Now, what possible explanation can there be for locking up his wife for 4 months when she has committed no crime other than writing a couple of bad checks for $80?
Sir, it is not my prerogative, my latitude, or my job to pick and choose which laws in this country get enforced.
You have broad discretion as the secretary.
We need to follow
you can issue
the law
parole. You
and
can do all
enforce
kinds of
the
things,
laws.
but you're choosing not to. Will you commit again to just reviewing Donna's case and reuniting this combat veteran with his beloved wife, who also loves this country?
I will review the case.
Then you had Congresswoman MacGyver cross-examining Kristi Noem, and then Kristi Noem just tried to yell and talk over her. Here, watch what took place. Let's play it.
To all of
Thank you, Secretary Noem. Do you agree that using DHS resources to target members of Congress is an abuse of power?
Excuse me, would you say that?
You would have heard me if you stopped talking and listened to my questions. Do you agree that using DHS resources to target members of Congress is an abuse of power?
We are not doing that. We are out there enforcing the law, doing our work, and we are allowing oversight.
Of course, we're not going to get any answers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Keen, for 5 minutes of questions.
Next, I'll show you Democratic Congress member Dan Goldman cross-examining Kristi Noem and getting her to essentially admit that what she was doing by going after people who are going through the asylum process is patently unlawful. Here, play this clip.
To the 5 minutes. I'm sorry, but gentleman from New York is now recognized, Mr. Goldman, for 5 minutes.
Secretary Noem, let's talk about the law. Do you agree that asylum is a lawful pathway to immigrate to this country? Yes or no?
There's an asylum program, yes, in place.
All right. So immigrants then with ongoing asylum applications are legally in this country, correct?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Your question was?
Immigrants with ongoing asylum applications are legally in this country.
There are individuals in this country that have applications that.
And they are legally here because it's a lawful pathway, right?
It's a lawful pathway.
Okay. So if you're.
So why are immigration officials sitting outside of immigration courts and taking these people into custody directly from an immigration courtroom? See, I'm not about any type of illegal immigration. But let's be clear. What they will do to one, they will do to you. And if you sit back and watch the unlawful shit that has been approved by this administration, don't think that it can just happen to other people. All of these laws that are being broke, as you sit back and watch and think it could never and would never happen to you. What value do you give to these people who only value billionaires? What value does your life have to this administration who is just trying to enrich themselves, their family members, and their friends and cronies? This is the one that I definitely wanted to share.
Your department that asylum applications are legally in this country.
There are individuals in this country that have applications that.
And they are legally here because it's a lawful pathway, right?
It's a lawful pathway.
Okay, so if your department then deports anyone with an ongoing asylum application, you are violating the law, correct?
Joe Biden left us with.
I'm not asking about Joe Biden. I'm asking you a
Joe Biden, what this got to do? He is talking about you and what you're doing right now in this administration, and she relents back to Joe Biden.
Specific question. And deports anyone with an ongoing asylum application, you are violating the law, correct?
Joe Biden left us with.
I'm not asking about Joe Biden. I'm asking you a specific question. If your department deports anyone with an ongoing asylum application, you are violating the law. Is that correct?
It was greatly violated when they allowed.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Asylum applications.
Why are you filibustering? Why can't you answer the question? It's a simple question.
Your president.
If your department deports anyone with an ongoing asylum application, you are violating the law. Isn't that correct?
The asylum program was broken under the last.
Mr. Chairman, I will reclaim my time. She's not answering the question. But the obvious answer is that yes, if you follow a lawful pathway, asylum is a lawful pathway. If you have an open asylum case, you are here lawfully. But the problem that we are seeing around the country is that you are not following the law. Don't tell us to change the law. If you don't like the asylum system, you change the asylum law. Bring it to us. We'll work with you. I think it needs to be changed. But you can't just decide that you're not going to follow the law, and asylum is a law, and deport people who have ongoing applications. Unfortunately, that is exactly what's happening. It's happening across the street from my office right in New York City.
And then Kristi Noem said, I got to go. I'm out. I actually have other commitments to be at, so I'm going to have to leave this hearing a little bit early. Here, play this clip.
Dollars immediately, and we're responding immediately to our people. I have to actually leave this hearing early because the FEMA Review Council is giving their report today on suggestions for changes to FEMA.
Thank you for not taking your foot off the gas.
I have to co-chair it, but I will be leaving soon to have to go do that. But those.
And here she was heckled on the way out. Let's play it.
I recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Johnson, 5 minutes of questions.
I'm just going to take the position that she was scared of my questions. Mr. Chairman, if we could stop the clock and
Oh, yes,
wait
no,
until after all
absolutely.
this.
Clerk will suspend.
If we could reset the time,
Yes.
that'd be helpful.
We'll reset the clock. Gentlelady, prepared.
Questioning is like, all right, where's Antifa located? Where's their headquarters? How many people are part of it? You're the head of the FBI as it relates to Antifa. Tell us, and watch this guy crumble under Thompson's cross-examination. Play this clip.
Executive Board of Domestic Terrorist Organization, Antifa. That's our primary concern right now.
All right, that's what
ProPublica from October 16, 2025, entitled, "We found that more than 170 U.S. citizens have been held by immigration agents. They've been kicked." There's nothing smiling about U.S. citizens. I'm sorry, that's very inappropriate. Let me continue. They've been kicked, dragged, and detained for days. Next one.
The Trump administration has specifically targeted the worst of the worst. The individuals that we are going after are those that are violent criminals, those that are breaking our laws.
Do you, Secretary Noem, again, you lied to the American people. I will be including into the record an article by the NBC News from December 7, 2025, entitled, "ICE has arrested nearly 75,000 people with no criminal records," data shows. The co-equal branch of government, and it is your obligation as a member of the executive branch to honor decisions made by the highest court of the land. Yes or no, Secretary?
We are abiding by all federal judges' orders. Absolutely.
The Justice Department said that when the administration was ordered back in March to stop sending detained migrants to a mega prison in El Salvador, you personally made the final call to continue the flights anyway. Is that correct?
And the decisions that are made on deportations, where flights go and when they go, are my decision at the Department of Homeland Security. And we'll continue to do the right thing, continue to work and do protect Americans, no matter what radical judge comes out and tries to.
We will continue to do the right things no matter what a radical judge comes out and says. Defying court orders. Are we clear? So, what happens when you defy a court order? What happens when you defy a court order? What happens when a court orders something for you to do? What's going to happen then? You're going to have to do it. And do you trust this administration to bring charges up against you and then facilitating or doing something to you against a judge's order? Is that what we are facilitating in our United States government now? Yes, it is, under this bogus administration.
Stop us.
You lied on the record, and you lied to members of this committee. You violated court orders by not turning around deportation flights bound for El Salvador, where we know that hundreds of people under your leadership have reported that they were raped, they were beaten, and they nearly died. And your agents used chemical weapons in Chicago despite court orders from District Court Judge Ellis forbidding their use. Secretary Noem, you Gregory Bovino, and your ICBP and DHS deputized agents have waged an unaccountable, unlawful, unconstitutional war against communities across the nation.
I'll show you this other moment too, where you had another Democratic congressman say, "Look, you're not following federal court orders." We all know that to be the case. Here, let's play this.
Donald Trump said that your ICE agents haven't gone far enough. Do you think terrorizing American citizens and assaulting peaceful protesters isn't far enough?
Called them out and said, "Don't you dare steal my music in attacking migrants," and they go cuffing season. And then they made another one, obviously, with Sabrina Carpenter's music and Sabrina
official post from the White House. We hear it's cuffing season, and they have a ICE person up here. Bad news for criminal illegal aliens. Great news for America. This is what America is becoming. Now, I want to get into Emile Bove, who was at the Department of Justice giving advice. Let me. I have to play this one more.
Ranging from international terrorists to hostile.
Pregnant U.S. citizens was reportedly thrown to the ground, kicked and left in hand.
Hold on.
Attacks and prepare for natural and serious people.
Because I want to get into this money, the money issue of it all. How she is doing what she wants to do, and Democratic cities are not getting FEMA relief money. And they are clawing back money that has already been approved for projects by Congress. At the same time, this numbnuts is hiring the liar who is the spokesperson for DHL. She's hiring her husband to do all of these shots and publicity shoots for her, and saying that she had to award the contract to her spokesperson husband because it was a rush and there was no time. Why isn't there any time to put the contract out there and have individuals bid on the contract? So she's funneling the Department of Homeland Security money to somebody who is close to her, a friend of her who she has hired to be the liar to go out and tell lies about what your eyes have seen ICE do. Trish McLaughlin chick, her husband suddenly got I think it was a $210 million contract to make some shitty ass commercial with this bitch riding on a horse and looking out over buffaloes. What does that have to do with Department of Homeland Security? And he just created his company, his Delaware P.O. Box company 1 or 2 days before he was awarded your government dollars. This is what Kristi Noem is doing in the Department of Homeland Security. You remember all of those children who died because anything over $100,000 had to be approved by the Department of Homeland Security, and it took days for all of the 23 or so children who had already died. It was 3 days later when she approved the rapid water response. The water had already dried up, and the bodies of children were hanging in trees under logs and all of this before this dumb bitch had even approved the funds to get boats in water to look for people who may have gotten swept up in this storm. But she had no problem purchasing 2 private jets with the Department of Homeland Security money. And now the Department of Homeland Security have, I think it's somewhere between 3 to 7 737s she has purchased so that the Department of Homeland Security can just fly these people all around the world and drop them off wherever she chooses. They don't have to. They no longer have to rent planes. They no longer have to waste money using aircraft carriers to fly 7 people to Africa, like this Department of Homeland Security has been doing with your tax dollar. Let's get into the money shit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And before I start, let me welcome Mr. Van Epps to the committee. Mr. Chairman, thank you for getting the Secretary of Homeland Security and National Counterterrorism Center Director here today. Your predecessor couldn't seem to get that done, and I appreciate your commitment to holding this hearing. Each day, we've had more examples of Republicans abdicating their constitutional oversight responsibilities. Fortunately, unlike other chairs in this body, it appears that if you are serious about this committee work being done, and I compliment you for that. As I look at the witnesses table, though, I can't help but notice that FBI Director Kash Patel isn't here with Secretary Nome and Director Kent. I'd also say that we have just been provided Secretary Nome's testimony. I've been on the committee since its inception, and I've never had the rules violated where we couldn't get testimony so members of the committee could look at it until today. Today's hearing is supposed to be one of the most important exercises of this committee's oversight jurisdiction. Each year, we hear from the Secretary of Homeland Security, the Director of National Counterterrorism.
Oh, so she brings in the questionnaires. She don't give them a chance to review her answers to the questions. How convenient. You bring in the answer to the question when you show up at the hearing. So nobody will be able to dig into the insufficient answers that I put on the questionnaire. That's what happened. This is what your government is doing. And nobody is up in arms about it. The Republicans are over there feasting at her feet and thanking her for this performance, this horrible job, this waste of taxpayer dollars. Now, where's Elon Musk now? Oh, he's somewhere. Let's continue.
Center and the Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who is nowhere to be seen today. Maybe Director Patel is too busy spending taxpayer dollars flying to his girlfriend's concert on the FBI's jet to answer questions from Congress. Maybe the FBI director isn't here because he's afraid of scrutiny from Democrats who want to know what the FBI is doing to keep America safe. Or maybe Director Patel knows that the Trump administration itself is a threat to Homeland Security and want to hide from public accountability. On the other hand, Director Kent is here, which is good because we have questions for him about NCTC's work, as well as his comments about the January 6th insurrectionists he called, and I quote, political prisoners, unquote, who deserve to be pardoned. Some of the people he defended, however,
oh, but we are to believe that he is not a friend of the Proud Boys. We are to believe that was just some hype that they wrote when you see him supporting the January 6 prisoners. And we are to believe that he had to separate himself from the Groypers because the Groypers showed up at a town hall to ask him some questions. This is who is in your administration. These are the white nationalists that are in this administration. I guess this is their way of showing meritocracy, the merits of racism that are in this administration.
Are back in jail for crimes like plotting to murder, I quote, political prisoners, unquote, who deserve to be pardoned. Some of the people he defended, however, are back in jail for crimes like plotting to murder FBI agents and possession of child pornography. It's scary that these unserious people are in charge of keeping America safe from terrorism. But what's even scarier is that they work for an unserious and unhinged president who spends most of the days designing monuments to himself and finding new ways to hide the Epstein files. All of this puts America and its lives, people who live here, at risk every day. Now, Secretary Nome, everyone knows you love the spotlight. We've seen your commercials, but what you haven't provided to the committee, despite our many requests, are the questionable contracts that you've awarded to your friends to film you on the 2028 campaign trail. Unfortunately, this is nothing new. In their one big ugly bill, congressional Republicans gave you a blank check, Secretary Nome, and you have wasted no time spending it on yourself. Instead of deploying Homeland Security grants to protect churches and synagogues from terrorism, you handed your friends a $220 million contract so they could follow you around the country with a camera. Instead of fully funding the DHS agency that protects our hospitals, schools, and electrical systems from cyber attacks, you spent $200 million to buy yourself new private jets. And instead of paying your way like the rest of us, you're living rent-free in a taxpayer-owned property that is supposed
A whole welfare queen, living in public housing, but no complaints about her public housing.
to be reserved for military leaders. Every penny that you spend on yourself represents the blood, sweat, and tears of hardworking Americans who expect their tax.
And something I found very curious in this her introduction, she introduced her husband. I thought that her and Corey Lewandowski were screwing each other. Corey Lewandowski, remember he was the former guy in the Trump administration that ran his campaign, and he had to get out of the White House because Lewandowski did something lewd in the way of touching or showing his peen. I can't remember which one it was, or inappropriately touch the wife of a guest in the White House. That's who is second in command at the Department of Homeland Security. One jet for him and one jet for her. And he also has a sign-off privileges from the Department of Homeland Security. An unelected bureaucrat who didn't go through Senate confirmation is the number 2 at the Department of Homeland Security. But this bitch think we give a fuck about her coming in here and talking about her husband. She brought her husband with her. Let's continue. These are that's the word on the street.
Dollars to be spent on Homeland Security, not promoting you and your interests. Apparently, you haven't noticed that regular people are suffering under President Trump's affordability crisis. Or maybe you, like him, thinks it's a hoax and just don't care. Either way, such corrupt behavior hurts Homeland Security. But it's not just the corrupt behavior, Secretary Nome, that hurts Homeland Security. It's also your blatant disregard for the law. You cut programs and withheld congressionally appropriated money to prevent terrorist attacks and prepare for natural disaster. You eviscerated the Office of Civil Rights and Civil Liberties, which was supposed to keep DHS from violating Americans' constitutional rights. Within your own department, you illegally fired employees and retaliated against whistleblowers who reported wrongdoings at DHS. And during a shutdown, when frontline employees were working without a paycheck, your press shop never stopped using its social media accounts to push out racist and xenophobic posts. Throughout your tenure, you've diverted resources from critical Homeland Security agencies and programs to carry out an extreme immigration agenda. You illegally ordered people deported to El Salvador, despite a federal court order and Department of Justice counsel instructing you to not do so. You illegally ignored a federal court order and shipped people off to South Sudan without due process.
South Sudan is where she wanted to send what is his name? El Grego Garcia. That's where she wanted to send him, to South Sudan. Somebody who is where he's from, somebody who's from El Salvador. she was trying to send them to South Sudan after saying they initially made a mistake by deporting him at all. And he's at home now. And your tax dollars are going to pay the lawsuit that he wins against this government.
You are illegally blocking members of Congress from conducting oversight of ICE detention facilities, even though federal law demands that we have access. In the process of carrying out this extreme agenda, at your direction, DHS has terrorized, beaten, and detained hundreds, if not thousands, of American citizens. At your direction, DHS has illegally detained and deported American citizens, including U.S. citizen children with cancer. At your direction, DHS has illegally gassed, pepper sprayed, and put their knees on the necks of Americans, including military veterans and clergy. At your direction, DHS has illegally tackled, beat up, and humiliated United States citizens, including senior citizens. At your direction, DHS has illegally tased, maced, punched, and even shot Americans. Black and brown Americans in particular have been racially profiled, detained, and locked up, and sometimes with tragic consequences. It's just one awful incident. A pregnant U.S. citizen was reportedly thrown to the ground, kicked and left in handcuffs for hours after immigration officers did not believe that she was an American. She later lost a baby. You cannot enforce the law by breaking the law, Secretary Noem.
So you mean to tell you this no abortion administration caused a woman to lose her child, an American citizen? The Department of Homeland Security, ICE people did that to a child? Shouldn't they be under some of these laws that Texas and other far right states want to enact murder charges on a woman if she gets an abortion? Well, what should happen to DHS agents if they throw a pregnant woman, obviously pregnant woman, to the ground and she lose her child? Should they be up on murder charges? They definitely should be up on murder charges. This is ridiculous. This is your administration. As she sit up here with this poison pumped face and act like a whole fucking idiot.
That's not how justice works. It's not right, and it's un-American. And when Congress tries to carry out its constitutional oversight responsibilities to question you about your department actions, you hide, often with the help of congressional Republicans. Never in the history of the committee has a Secretary of Homeland Security hidden from congressional oversight like you and your department have, Secretary Noem. Our oversight letters to you go unanswered. You owe us by extending the millions of Americans who sent us to Congress as their representatives a response to over a dozen letters. Your predecessor came before this committee regularly under administrations of both parties. But under President Trump, you and other department officials have rarely shown their faces at committee hearings. In the first year of President Biden's term, his administration made 28 appearances before this committee. 28. Under President Trump, DHS officials have appeared only 3 hearings before this committee, just 3. You, Secretary Noem, have appeared before this committee just twice. That's fewer appearances than your predecessor, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, who Republicans lambasted for not coming before the committee more often. It's interesting how my colleagues on the other side are now. Secretary Noem, I'll give you one thing. You showed up today rather than throwing a civil servant under the bus like Director Patel did. But you have systematically dismantled the Department of Homeland Security, put your own interests above the department, and violated the law. You are making America less safe. So rather than sitting here and wasting your time and ours with more corruption, lies, and lawlessness, I call on you to resign. Do a real service to the country and just resign. That is, if President Trump doesn't fire you first. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I'm pleased to have a highly distinguished panel of witnesses before us today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 8C, I ask that the witnesses please rise and raise their right hand.
Okay, let's get beyond. They are under oath. I hope this comes back to bite them. I think there are one or two more people. I want you to hear their questions, not that one. We heard that one. Not that one. Not that one. Hold on. I apologize. We heard him. I don't want to hear him. The link is in my description box under the title, Just Answer the Questions. Now, she has already left at this point. No, she hadn't left. Hold on. Let me get to... It's one more person. I would be... Oh, I know what I want to show you. Did you see the priest pop up? Let's see the priest pop up.
Is national security, because a country that cannot feed itself, can't fuel itself, and cannot provide for itself cannot possibly defend itself. Under President Trump's leadership, we will continue to protect American interests and bolster American economic power.
There was a priest that showed up, and I guess he realized that she was going to be there and held a cross up to this old demon bitch.
And technological innovation to further growth and prosperity. The American people depend on the Department of Homeland Security to remain vigilant.
Why is she sitting up there with a glob of spit on her lip? Oh, they're dead. They're so shot up to look like a black woman lip that her lips are dead and she doesn't feel that big, nasty glob of spit on her mouth.
And that was my grandbaby Noah that was crying a little bit during the ranking member's comments. I don't think she agreed with him. I don't have my son with me or three of my grandchildren, but I'm very blessed that I have a wonderful family who is here and loves this country and is grateful for the work that we get to do as a family each and every day. We also have the blessing of having some angel families with us as well. They are here in the audience, and I'm so grateful for them for being willing to come here and be strong. It's hard to lose someone that you dearly love to illegal criminal activity, to people who never should have been in our country to begin with, and to lose those loved ones to drug overdoses that get perpetuated by the terrorist organizations that filter them into our country that President Trump works so hard to stop. So I'm grateful that they're here and that they are telling their story. Under President Biden, he closed the office in the Department of Homeland Security that serviced these families. He closed it because he didn't want them to speak. He didn't want them to have support or services. And President Trump reopened the Voices office so that they can get services, so they can hear about the cases of the individuals who killed their family members for being here and continue to pray for them. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you today to discuss the wide range of threats that the Department of Homeland Security is working on to protect us. Shot two of our National Guardsmen in Washington. Fortunately, we've had some really good news about Andrew recently. We continue to lift him up and pray he has Operation Allies Welcome. The same week, we arrested another Afghan national who came in away in Washington, D.C. We arrested another Afghan national who also came in under Operation Allies Welcome.
Can I find this?
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses have all answered in the affirmative. Previously served as governor. He currently serves as Director of National Counters and 11 Combat Tours, Director for the National Security Branch of the Federal Building as Director of FBI in the U.S. Marine Corps. Her opening statement.
I apologize.
Discussing the worldwide threats that this country faces and the work that President Trump and his administration does each and every day to make America safe again. I'm very privileged and honored today to have my family with me. I'd like to introduce them to you.
That's right.
Did you see? Look, there he is right there in the red cap right here, a protester, and he holds up a cross to this demonic.
I'd like to introduce them to you.
Disruptions of congressional business is a violation of law, is a criminal offense under federal law. Audience members are advised to take their seats and maintain order. The chairman may now ask Capitol Police.
I want to make sure you got that.
Mr. Chairman, can I just have a point of personal privilege to ask you a question? It's an easy one. It's a statement. It's a point of personal privilege.
Is moving to the maritime environment on both coasts, whether that's in the Gulf of America, the Caribbean, or in the Pacific. So we're going to need a good deal more ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance platforms to cover that big and broad space so we can pick up these drug boats and take them off the battlefield.
Thank you so much for that. So in addition to being...
I don't hear that bullshit. I think it's one more person. I apologize.
I'd also ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from USA Today, December 2nd, titled "Trump Pardons Cocaine Kingpin Who Ruled Honduras."
Objection.
Thank you. And last one, I'd like unanimous consent to be entered into the record a letter dated today, December 11th, after the conversation with the Secretary, with dates of availability in order to be able to meet with Secretary Noem.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Any other?
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter record.
Gentleman's recognized.
You know, we've heard over and over again that Border Patrol would only target those people that were, in fact, dangerous criminals. We've seen since the time in New Orleans that less than 1/3 of those have been detained have been criminals. I'd like to submit in the record this article by the AP, which demonstrates the statistics that clearly show that these agents aren't, in fact, going after hardened criminals, but people who look a certain way. Mr. Chairman, I have one other item that I'd like to also show over and over again. DHS would be targeting dangerous criminals. And here's a second article that demonstrates, in fact, that the people that they're picking up, many of which are, in fact, U.S. citizens because they look a certain way. The central theme that I'm offering in these unanimous consent articles is you cannot singularly identify a place or person of origin by the way they look. Our Constitution protects us from that. This is a gross miscarriage of justice.
Without objection.
Okay, that link is in my description box. Let's move on. There is something else that I wanted to share with you. I talk about Emile Bove in the things that he has directed the Department of Justice to do, to lie, to disobey judges, and it has come out via a whistleblower who was fired because he was unsuccessful in getting the judge to believe his lies. Let's hear about a big head, a bloated head Bove.
News: a judicial complaint of misconduct has just been filed against former Trump attorney turned appeals court judge Emile Bove after he attended the president's rally in Pennsylvania last night. A lot of people spotted him there in the audience. MS Now senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin joins me now. Lisa, what's the substance of the complaint here?
The substance of the complaint is that it is a violation of the Code of Judicial Ethics for a sitting federal judge to show up at a political event. And so according to Gabe Roth, who's the founder and executive director of Fix the Courts, there's two problems here. He says that Judge Bove violated Canon 2, which says that a judge should avoid impropriety and the appearance of impropriety in all activities, and also Canon 5, which piqued my own interest last night after we first learned about it, which says that a judge should refrain from political activity. The president last night was in Pennsylvania for an event that was put on by the White House. But by all accounts, it was a rally. In fact, USA Today described it as a rally last night. And I want to give credit where credit is due to our own Vaughn Hilliard, who was the one who spotted Judge Bove last night at this event and asked him, "Sir, what are you doing here?" And the response, according to Vaughn on his X feed last night, was, "I'm just here as a citizen coming to watch the president speak." That's an interesting choice of timing in particular because Emile Bove is also right now a prospective witness in an ongoing contempt proceeding before Judge Jeb Boasberg in the District of D.C. that concerns the flight of multiple alleged members of Tren de Aragua to El Salvador to imprison them in the notorious CCOT prison. That was done against what Judge Boasberg says was his order at the time. That order has since been invalidated, but at the time there was an order by Judge Boasberg. If people are in the air, you need to turn them around. And the Department of Justice has since put in several declarations from folks involved in that decision. Those people are Department of Homeland Security head Kristi Noem, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, the General Counsel of the Department of Homeland Security, and one Third Circuit Judge, Emil Bovee. So for him to show up at a Trump event last night in the middle of all of that, I think particularly strikes people as an inappropriate choice.
So given the era of the DOJ that we are living in, even if he claims that he's there as an average civilian, what's at stake here for Emil Bovee? What could come next for him?
Well, look, this complaint has gone to the Chief Judge of the Third Circuit U.S. Court of Appeals, and they are asking him to look at whether or not Judge Bovee violated a judicial canon, which could result in some discipline to him. I will say this would be a much stronger complaint if Gabe Roth were actually directly involved in litigation before Judge Bovee and or had litigation that Judge Bovee is sitting on as a Third Circuit judge, where the Trump administration is the opposite party. Neither of those things are true. He's presenting this complaint, as he says, as an interested citizen, but Fix the Court, while it says it is a nonpartisan organization, certainly advances some progressive ideals with respect to what it thinks the role of the judiciary should be and how the judiciary should even be sort of comprised in the first place.
That's an important context. Thank you so much, Lisa Rubin, as always, for being on top of that breaking news for us.
Here are a couple of more things I've told you about. Far be it from me to expect anyone to just take my word for anything. I just do not talk to talk. I will drop these links in the chat. This is something I spoke to you about earlier. I'm going to drop this link in the chat, not in the description box, actually in the chat. Company backed by Donald Trump Jr.'s firm nabs $260 million government contract. They initially said it was a government loan for the Department of Defense. And I was like, how is it a loan? I didn't know that the Department of Defense were in the loan business. So, Vulcan Elements, a rare earth magnet startup. You know, the magnets that 4547 is so interested in now. He was talking about who knew these magnets to do this. Vulcan Elements, a rare earth magnet startup backed by Donald Trump Jr., VC firm, 1789 Capital, has secured a $620 million contract from the U.S. Defense Department, as reported by the Financial Times. The contract is part of a $1.4 billion partnership with the U.S. government and Re-Element Technologies to expand and boost the domestic supply of magnets. You remember last week when that dumbhead 4547 was talking about who knew about magnets, who ever heard about magnets. Here is the link to this article. I will let you peruse it for yourselves. I'm so glad your complaint is filed. I am so glad that your complaint is filed. Okay. Let me share this with you. They're mad. Oh, I'm gonna cry. I have a complaint. He's complaining. Oh my God, what shall I do? What will I do? He complained about me. There is, let me see. This is something else that I spoke to you about. I'm going to put this link in my chat, in the chat. You can peruse it at your own, in your own time. What is this? The Supreme Court is set to pick financial predators over the people. The Roberts Court is about to hand the president an untold number of financial predators a massive win. If you are unaware of this, case was initially bought by J.D. Vance. Okay, to get am I on the wrong thing? I'm on the wrong page. Okay. Justice Brett Kavanaugh used an interesting choice of phrase when describing the constitutional issues in the Trump versus Slager, a vividly named case on the president's ability to remove certain federal officials that Congress stipulated could only be filed for cause. How do you answer the accountability theme, which I think the theme of the other side is the independent agencies are not accountable to the people? Kavanaugh asks Ahmed Agarwal, who argued on the behalf of the Federal Trade Commission, Rebecca Slaughter. They are not elected as Congress and the president are, and are exercising massive power over individual liberty and billion-dollar industries. Whether it's the FCC or the FTC or whatever it might be. So God forbid that oh that you send your public dollar into something and it has the authority over private companies. Private companies are more important than you. So your dollar should not count as much as a private company because they will massive amounts of money, and therefore what you feel is important. We'll get to the merits of Kavanaugh's point later. What really jumped out to me was how he phrased it. The court's conservative justice speak often about protecting liberty and individual liberty when referencing the president's removal of power and Congress constraints on it. In their view, it is essential for individual liberty that the president is able to fire any top level federal official for any reason or for none at all. Kavanaugh articulated something a little different on Monday by adding billion-dollar industries there. As the original arguments made clear, the Supreme Court is about to bless an unholy union between presidential corruption and the corporate power under the premise that it is actually upholding constitutional principles. The namesake of Monday's case, Rebecca Slaughter, is the commissioner on the Federal Trade Commission. She does not appear to be a threat to anyone's individual liberty. Ironically, Slaughter was originally nominated to serve on the FTC by Trump himself. The Senate confirmed her in 2018 to fill a vacancy by one of the commission's Democrat seats, and then President Joe Biden successfully renominated Slaughter to a full 7-year term in 2023. So let me put this link in the description box because it's not about you for this administration. It's about business and money and corruption, in my opinion. There's one more I would like to share with you. Donald Trump is trying to mold Latin America in his own image. If you are not aware of that, I talked about the spheres of influence. Here is another sphere of influence. This link is right here. And while you think that it may be about oil, no, it's not about oil. Let me close this one. Oh, did I close it? Oh, sheesh. I closed it. Oh, well, I put the link in the description box. Did I close it? I think I closed it. Oh, no, I haven't closed it. Here it is. Oh, I closed that one. Okay, let me share the last one with you. Now, if you are not a criminal, if you do not think that you have been committing crimes, would you do this? Um, if you are unaware, if you are unaware, oh, here it is. I found. Here we are. Donald Trump is trying to mold Latin America in his own image. Okay. When the president election in Honduras on a knife edge, President Donald Trump alleged counting had been prematurely stopped. He warned that there would be hell to pay if officials try to change the result. He has openly backed conservative National Party candidate Narcisse Afuz, who tied with the Liberal Party candidate. Now, this is all about Honduras. Um, this is about him doing the threat that he would not put money into Honduras. This is about the current president who was in the lead, who wants to shut Peter Thiel's private utopia down in Honduras, where Peter Thiel is employing few people by and not even paying the wages that Americans are paid. It was not the oh, let me see. Let me see. Okay. He has openly backed conservative National Party candidate Narcisse Arshfra, who was tied with Liberal Party candidate Salvador Nasrallah. It was only it was not the only warning about pay the president has issued to Honduras. Should Ashufa not win, last week Trump threatened to withhold funds to um, uh, Tagapula. Uh, I guess that's a city in Honduras. Uh, the the intervention speaks to a broader shift in policy focus under Trump's America First movement that envisions the Americans and especially Latin America as a whole as part of the U.S. zone of interest. I think it's called zone of influence. An outlook reminiscent of the 200-year-old Monroe Doctrine that serves as the basis for U.S. intervention against European colonialism and communist expansion across the region. Trump's footprint in the Western Hemisphere is being extended via BRICS to those he opposes, such as the president of Venezuela, Colombia, and Brazil, but also via bouquets to his allies. So there is that. Uh, in Argentina, October midterms delivered gains for the party of Trump, favorite president Milei, after a 20 billion US currency swap, economic stabilization agreement, as well as a White House visit, one that was also afforded El Salvador right-wing leader Bukele, a MAGA favorite. That is what I was talking about earlier. I'm gonna put the link in the description box for you. So here is the link. Here you go. And is there anything else? Oh, I definitely want to share this with you. Uh, it seems like the Heritage Foundation has come up with another how to run American paper. If you are not familiar by now with Project 2025, a 900 some pages manifesto manifesto for this administration, you may want to familiarize yourself with this. Now, 4547 has already broken this manifesto that the heads of Project 2025 have put out because he has allowed, now in this manifesto, they are saying that the United States is, you know, are fighting to beat China in the AI. Now, we do know that 4547 has already given, some of the excuses that they use is that, we can't do this because China is going to beat us in the fight for AI. So what do you say now that 4547 already gave China the AI chip? So all of this is scare tactics to scare you into believing that what these people are saying is actually true. Now, let's look at the release pictures real quick. The Democrats release some more pictures, so let's take a look at the release pictures, and then I'm gonna get out of here.
Throw it around a lot. This is a bombshell. Democrats on the House Oversight Committee have released photos, and there are many, many, many more to come that directly implicate Donald Trump in hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein with models, their faces are redacted, and a bowl of Trump condoms on which is printed, "I'm huge." It is no longer a situation where Donald Trump can deny his involvement and decade-and-a-half-long friendship, best friendship, according to Jeffrey Epstein, with Jeffrey Epstein. It just can't be done anymore. And Republicans are going to have a hard time here as he's losing a grip on reality itself of following this man to their certain demise. This is from CNN. I'm going to show you the photos after I read a couple paragraphs here, and then we're going to get to some members of Congress, both Democrat and Republican, who are speaking about this. And I'm also going to play something from the victim's attorney that he has no confidence in this administration to tell the truth about this. This is the headline from CNN, this breaking bombshell news. New photos released from Epstein's estate showing Trump, Bannon, Bill Clinton, and other high-profile people. I've said multiple times, I don't care who's involved in this. You're going to see photos, framed photos of Bill Gates on the walls of the home of Jeffrey Epstein. Bill Clinton, thick as thieves with these people. Larry Summers also gallivanting. It's disgusting that men of high power and influence and position and considered
Hey, Sassy Francis, thanks for coming.
Important in our society.
Can you guys please be sure to hit the like button? And thank you for helping me meet my goals. I appreciate you guys helping me meet my goals.
Society would have anything to do, much less a deep friendship with a convicted rapist of girls. Democrats on the House Oversight Committee have released photos from Jeffrey Epstein's estate Friday showing that many powerful figures in the late sex trafficker's orbit, including President Donald Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Richard Branson, and others. Many of the men have been previously linked to Epstein, though the photos may shed new light on the extent of those relationships. Taken collectively, the 19 images, which the Democrats on the committee said came from the Epstein estate, reinforced the financier was tied in the past to a wide variety of powerful and high-profile people whose ties to him are now under significant scrutiny. Every single one of these people, if found to have committed crimes, needs to be burned to the ground. Bill Clinton or not, Bill Gates or not, who cares? If you harm children, if you victimize innocent children, you need to go. One released image shows Trump with 6 women with leis, like the Hawaiian flowers with leis, whose faces were redacted by committee members, while another depicts what appears to be a bowl of novelty condoms with a caricature of Trump's face with the text, "I'm huge." Other released images depict Steve Bannon and Epstein taking a photograph in a mirror, Bill Clinton with Epstein, Maxwell and another couple, and tech billionaire Bill Gates with the former Prince Andrew. Former Harvard president Larry Summers and lawyer Alan Dershowitz also appear in pictures from the estate. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a little screen recording here. And I will show you these photos that have been released. Here's one of 16, Jeffrey Epstein with Steve Bannon on the desk. A framed photograph of a woman lying down is visible. Part of that photograph has been redacted by the House Democrats on the Oversight Committee. This is bizarre. This is Steve Bannon, thick as thieves, with a rapist of children, a convicted pedophile and sexual abuser and trafficker. Tell me again that these people are patriots who have the best interest of America at heart. Here's, shocker, Woody Allen and Jeffrey Epstein on the set of one of his movies, ostensibly. Here are those condoms, the Trump condoms. We already know this is a lie. Huge. No. Trump condom, $4.50. I'm huge. What's going on? What strange that Donald Trump, who has nothing to do with this creep, has his face emblazoned on condoms at parties where sex trafficking and rape occurred. Here's Larry Summers, the former president of Harvard, with Jeffrey Epstein. Or looks like Woody Allen there on the Jeffrey Epstein jet. Here's Jeffrey Epstein taking a little selfie action with Steve Bannon. Richard Branson of Virgin Empire, Virgin Airline, Virgin Hotels, Virgin Records, hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. All of these people need to go. Here's Donald Trump. Trump poses with a group of women. The women's faces were redacted by Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. Look at his little hand here, working its way down. Donald Trump, nothing to do with the creep, nothing to do. Here's Woody Allen again with an unidentified woman and Jeffrey Epstein. We don't know all the years of these photos. I'm certain this will be coming out. Here's Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump. Here's the photo of what appears to be Bill Gates in an airplane or something that just happens to be framed on the wall of Jeffrey Epstein's house. That seems like a problem, Bill, does it not? Mr. Philanthropist, Mr. Good for the human cause, Bill Gates. Another with Bill Gates and disgraced rapist of girls, former Prince Andrew, brother of King Charles, pedophile, child rapist. Bill Gates, glad-handed with the pilot. Jeffrey Epstein and Alan Dershowitz, Mr. I got a massage in my underwear. Another one of Woody Allen and Steve Bannon, who apparently really loves to hang out with people who are abusers. And then Donald Trump with an unidentified woman. And then we're going to wrap it up with this one of Bill Clinton, his big rosy cheeks, big rosy face with an autographed photo of himself, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Every single one of these people needs to burn to the ground, needs to be jettisoned from polite society, put away so they can do no harm to children anymore. I'm gonna share this little clip with you. This is Robert Garcia, House Democrat, talking about the trove of photos. This is just a smattering, just a scintilla of what they have. There are more to come to the tune of tens of thousands of documents. Watch this.
Obviously, just last night, we received about 95,000 photographs from the Epstein estate. I want to be clear. Our committee, Oversight Democrats, have gone through maybe about 25,000 of them so far. So there's an enormous amount of photos that we have not gone through. It will take days and weeks to ensure that we go through those photos and that a redaction is done in the appropriate way. Let me just also say that clearly we have put out, I think maybe 15 to 20 of those photos this morning, Democrats have. We will continue to put out more photos in the days and weeks ahead. But I just caution folks that the redaction process and ensuring that we are protecting the survivors and the women who were abused by Epstein are protected.
What else do you 95,000 photographs. There's going to be more. Donald Trump must be sweating bullets. Even Donald Trump, who acts like, oh, he's untouchable. He can't be harmed by anything. He is panicking about this because this is his worst nightmare. Now we're learning exactly why he refused to release these files. Now we know exactly what's going on here. And Epstein's victim's lawyer. Oh, actually, let's save that one for last. Here's Thomas Massie, Republican, who has been instrumental in getting the discharge petition passed and the vote to come to the House floor to force the DOJ to release these files. Here he is on the question of what if they decide not to release them.
If DOJ doesn't release the files it has by next Friday, is there anything Congress can do to compel that to happen?
Well, I mean, it's a crime if they don't. It's not like they're in contempt of Congress because they didn't respond to a subpoena. This is a new law with, criminal implications if they don't follow it. But I was encouraged, again, by the fact that they went back to these three judges and got the judges to release the grand jury material to the DOJ. Thank you.
Is that grand jury material enough, you think,
No.
to comply with the law?
No, the grand jury material is just a small fraction of what the DOJ needs to release because the FBI and DOJ probably has evidence that they chose not to take to the grand jury because the evidence they're in possession of would implicate other people, not Epstein or Maxwell. So the grand jury material is probably going to just be mostly facts and evidence that was used to convict those two. And what we want to see are the facts and evidence that the FBI and the DOJ have never given to a grand jury.
It's a crime if they don't release them, simply stated. And then let's end with this. This is one of the lawyers for the many, many dozens, if not hundreds of Epstein victims. And he is stating clearly what the rest of us already know, that Donald Trump and this administration is unreliable. They cannot be counted on to tell the truth.
It's mixed. There is some very cautious optimism that something will be released on the 19th. But the problem is that this administration has given the survivors and frankly the American public no assurance that they are trustworthy when it comes to the Jeffrey Epstein files. As we sit here right now, Ghislaine Maxwell, a convicted child sex trafficker, is in a minimum security resort style prison playing with puppies and having special meals. There's just no trust from the public. There is certainly no trust from the survivors that on December 19th, the administration is going to be fully transparent because they've been everything but fully transparent for months and months and months.
And let me end with this. The press had better do their jobs.
Good luck with that. Good luck with the press doing their job. Now, how...
And the Department of Justice lawyers.
I talked to you about the Department of Justice being investigated about not following the law when it was about the Department of Homeland Security. So look what 4547 did.
Of Justice attorneys and Kristi Noem are running scared all the way to the D.C. Court of Appeals. They're not even waiting around to see if Chief Judge Boasberg grants their motion for reconsideration. Instead, they have moved on their own for an order of mandamus to block Judge Boasberg from continuing to conduct criminal contempt proceedings against Kristi Noem and the Department of Justice lawyers like Drew Ensign. And what they've said is that the judge is on a mindless fishing expedition in violation of the separation of powers and of the attorney-client privilege, that he can't get to the bottom of this, that he has no right or grounds to look into the minds of the officials such as Kristi Noem, such as that would be, even though he's been allowed by this very court, this Court of Appeals, to conduct a fact-finding investigation as to whether his order on March 15th was violated by the continued flying of planes from the United States to El Salvador containing people and whisking them away from federal oversight by the courts.
That's what he's trying to get to the bottom of. He already found in April that there was a probable cause, that there was criminal contempt committed by the Trump administration and the Department of Justice. He has to determine whether there has been willful.
That's what I was telling you about earlier. Now, this is in my description box under contempt.
Disobedience. He's not trying to get to the bottom of whether a crime has been committed, as they have distortedly said to the circuit court today. Instead, he's trying to get to the bottom of whether there has been willful disobedience, intentional disobedience of his order to ground those planes. And we all know, based on the timeline, and an effort to do an end run around the court's orders by delaying the hearing and then having lawyers show up at the hearing like Drew Ensign, who didn't know a darn thing about the planes that were flying. And that's what the judge is trying to get to the bottom of, to make an ultimate criminal referral for prosecution of somebody. And that somebody could be Kristi Noem and lawyers in the Department of Justice. They're trying to hide behind the attorney-client privilege. They're trying to get the DC Circuit Court to do it with them. And I'll tell you why this should fail. Now, there may be an administrative stay for a short period of time to allow the other side, the American Civil Liberties Union, to file their brief. The judge, because it's a writ of mandamus and it's directed at this particular district court, he has a role to play. He could file a paper as well, although I don't think he will. But I'm Michael Popak. You're here on Legal AF on Friday. Let's get to this fast-moving story and why it matters. Okay, here's what, let me read to you. I'm going to post in Legal AF Substack for you to read. Let me read just the introduction that the Trump administration has just filed in the last hour. Again, they're so panicked and worried about what Judge Boasberg is going to do at a hearing he's scheduled for next week and the testimony that he's going to take, that they're not even waiting to see if Judge Boasberg ruled on their motion for reconsideration that was just filed in the last 24 to 36 hours. Oh, no, they're going to skip that step.
Just the facts. Let's read the court documents. No, everyone is not sick with Trump defensive syndrome. No, people are just stating the court documents.
Writ of mandamus direct to the appellate court. 9 months ago, they say in their introduction, the district court in this case issued a temporary restraining order that prohibited the removal of a class of aliens detained under the Alien Enemies Act. The Supreme Court vacated the order for lack of jurisdiction. Supreme Court said, wrong court. That should be done by writs of habeas corpus where the people were located at the time. They were located in Texas because they had been moved away from DC. It was just a procedural issue, but he still had an order in place and they violated that order. But ever since, the Trump administration says in their filing, the district judge has been doggedly pursuing an idiosyncratic and misguided inquiry into whether defendants willfully violated the temporary restraining order and thus committed criminal contempt. First, the court found probable cause for contempt and threatened to initiate criminal proceedings unless the government took steps to comply with the since vacated TRO. Undaunted, the judge has now decided to personally investigate the mens rea, that's the criminal mind of decision makers, executive officials, and supposedly compel live testimony from government attorneys. This violates the attorney-client privilege and the separation of powers. All right. Back up, pump the brakes. He's not trying to get to the bottom of criminal intent. He's on probable cause standard for what he's observed by a judge in violation of his orders to determine whether willful disobedience has happened, which is a precondition under the statute that relates to criminal contempt, section 401. He has to do exactly that. And this panel, or this court, the appellate court, already sent it back to him and allowed him to continue his fact-finding and said it was appropriate for him. Now, some people might be asking, well, I thought his order was overturned by the Supreme Court. It was, but it was overturned later. And until it's overturned, everybody is subject to a federal judge's orders unless and until it is vacated or overturned. So you can't say, well, I think it's going to be overturned in the future. I hope it's going to be overturned because I'm going to be in violation of it in the meantime. That doesn't work. Otherwise, this whole thing collapses on itself. If people don't respect the orders of federal judges, the whole thing, this whole charade of rule of law collapses, right? I think I'm going to win an appeal. So F you, judge, go pound sand. See ya. No, you have to comply with the order unless you get relief from a higher authority. And that's what we're fighting over here. So here's what they say on page 3, because they love dealing in hyperbole. The judge's order is incoherent on its own terms. There was no willful violation as a matter of law because the TRO did not clearly forbid the conduct at issue. Sure, it did. The TRO said, don't send people, and he issued it at 5:45 or 6 o'clock at night, and you continue to fly planes after you received the order. But if the court disagrees, there are no factual issues to investigate. Perhaps a defendant could invoke an advice of counsel defense at trial, but there is no basis to compel the choice as the probable cause phase. Plus,
wasn't that covered in the hearing where they told Noem that she lied, that she followed all government orders, except for the leftist judge for the what did she call the judges? The activist judges. She didn't say if she did follow the activist judge's order because she didn't follow the orders. And so she actually lied and she actually did not follow the judge's order. And now they're trying to take it to a court above the court who is supposed to hear the appeal. Go sit down. where they're trying to get this to the Supreme Court to allow them to break the law. And if they allow them to break the law on this, what laws would they allow them to break when it comes to you? You're unimportant to this administration.
The witnesses the court has called counsel defense at trial, but there is no basis to disagrees there are no factual issues to investigate. Perhaps the defendant could invoke an advice of counsel defense at trial, but there is no basis to compel the choice as the probable cause phase. Plus, the witnesses the court has called have no personal knowledge of the decision maker's scienter. It's not scienter. This is the mixing and matching of legal terms that are intentionally confusing. Not to me, just they're being used in the conflating concepts. Willful, intentional conduct from a judge's perspective is not the same thing as scienter or mens rea on a criminal scale. They say one is the government's lead litigation counsel who has attested that he played no role in the decision. The other is a whistleblower. That's Erez Ruveni, who now works for Democracy Forward. A 36-page whistleblowing complaint saying that the Trump administration effectively told lawyers in the Department of Justice to tell judges to go F themselves and not comply with their orders. The forthcoming hearing has every appearance of an endless fishing expedition aimed at an ever-widening list of witnesses and prolonged testimony. That spectacle is not a genuine effort to uncover any relevant facts. See, I think right there on page 3, they've lost their motion. I think right there on page 3, they have lost their motion. Fishing expedition, it's going to take too long. Where will it end? That's not proper grounds to interfere with the fact finding of a federal judge. And the appellate court knows it. That's an admission that they don't have much of a case. And this is what they're relying on. Oh, it's overbroad, it's burdensome, it'll take too long. Whenever you hear a lawyer say fishing expedition, it usually means they don't have much substantive argument to make. And what they're asking for at the end to the appellate court, which will be randomly selected. I do not believe it goes back to any of the 3-judge panel from before, which was Judge Katsas and Rayo, 2 Trumpers. Thank God. Here's what they're asking for. This court should grant the petition for mandamus and stay the order pending resolution of this petition and assign this case in light of the serious appearance of partiality, and reassign the case. So they're also seeking at the end to have Judge Boasberg off the case. See, that's it. It was buried on the very last page. They want to get rid of Chief Judge Boasberg. You've seen Pam Bondi come out and call him a terrorist supporting judge. This is a moderate, middle of the road Republican judge who was appointed by Democratic presidents and Republican presidents alike, who was Brett Kavanaugh's roommate in law school, who's good friends with Chief Justice Roberts. This is not a liberal, socialist, Marxist guy. But here's a clip from Pam Bondi going after this judge and trying to get rid of him. Let's play it.
Americans are finally getting what they voted for. No longer will we have rogue judges striking down President Trump's policies across the entire nation. No longer. Judges have used these injunctions to block virtually all of President Trump's policies. To put this in
it should concern you that she is spouting out that judges will not ever be able to tamp down Trump's order. Trump is not an attorney. A judge, has never studied the law, but is a prolific lawbreaker. And this is what the head of the Department of Justice is telling you, that judges will not be able to defy whatever Trump wants to do. That's what she's telling you.
In perspective, there are 94 federal judicial districts. 5 of those districts throughout this country held 35 of the nationwide injunctions. Think about that, 94 districts. And 35 out of the 40 opinions with nationwide injunctions came from 5 liberal districts in this country. No longer. No longer. These injunctions have blocked our policies from tariffs to military readiness to immigration to foreign affairs, fraud, abuse, and many other issues. The judges have tried to seize the executive branch's power, and they cannot do that. No longer.
No. What the judges have done is stop you from proceeding with your illegal operations. That's what the judges are there for. Isn't that what the courts are there for? To stop illegal things that's going on. This is the head of the Department of Justice. This Pam Bimbo.
Longer. And on immigration, on a side note, today marks 2,711 arrests on these terrorists and these gangs. Total arrest today with HSI investigations. And thank you, Stephen Miller. Thank you to Homeland Security. Thank you to everyone working hand in hand with the FBI on all of these transnational gangs. TDA has been a huge terror to our country, as well as MS-13, as well as Sinaloa cartels. No longer. No longer. These injunctions have allowed district court judges to be emperors. They vetoed all of President Trump's power, and they cannot do that. This has been a bipartisan problem that has lasted 5 presidential terms. 5 different presidents, and it has ended today.
They've also filed bar complaints or judicial complaints against Boasberg, one of which is still pending. So this is all a ruse to try to get rid of a judge they don't like. I'm not sure they get a better judge in the District of Columbia. Boasberg is very well respected. He is the chief judge. Fast moving story. Stay close to Legal AF. Stay close to me, Michael Popak. We'll talk about it the rest of the day on Friday. I'm sure there'll be developments over the weekend. We'll do it on YouTube. We'll do it on Legal.
Okay, that's it for me. All of these. You're mad. Are you mad, Jonathan? I stay mad. I could give zero fucks about what you're saying. Okay. All right, guys. This is all you see how they're angry? They're angry at the facts. It's nothing I can do for you about that. Come back tomorrow. I will maybe giving you a few more facts on tomorrow. I have missed a lot of stuff that I wanted to share with you, but tomorrow we can probably get back together and continue where I left out. I hope you guys have a fabulous day. Please hit the like button on your way out. I appreciate you all for helping me meet my goals. Very Carrie, Leonard, I thank my mods for being here, and peace out.